Welcome to my channel, AquaStarGoddess. If you're new here, definitely subscribe. Hit the bell so you can get notifications each and every time I upload a new video. Why am I shaking like, I got some sort of issue or something? I decided to come and do a little tarot. And don't mind, I have been listening to old school jams for like the last 2 days. So hey Jeff, how's it going? Welcome. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. I'm doing wonderful. We like that? What are we thinking? Maybe I need to centralize it. Maybe that's what I need to do. Like put it right here. That way it's, yeah. Confused about what? What are we confused about, Jeff? I'm doing good. Like I said, I've been listening to old school music, so don't mind the old school. I'm talking about old school, like my grandparents' music, I've been listening to my grandparents' music, okay? Since, was it today and yesterday, maybe a little bit. Okay, well, let's talk about it. Let's figure it out. What's going on? Hello, welcome. I used to listen to this on GTA. What's good today? You know, in GTA you can change the radio stations. I used to play GTA and listen. This would be one of the songs I used to listen to. Hollywood. I will be accepting donations. And if I did yes or no questions, they would be, if I did do any free questions, they would be yes or no. All right, Jeff, come on, come with it. What are we confused about? What's going on? Maybe my OGs can get free questions, but oh no. Not doing what it's supposed to because some of it's cut off. Let's see. Hey, hey, hey. What you got to say? Say hey, hey, hey. What you got to say? I will say it. What the hell? Oh, it started playing. Why would this song play of all songs? Listen, this is the song that came on. So over here, I have my Apple Music on here too, but I don't have the family plan, so I can only play it on one device. Anyway, this song came on real quick. I'm just gonna play it for a second because I want that to my old school music. And then you feel like I've been feeling lonely like I've been chasing apparitions like I've been. Do you like this? Did you catch feelings like I did?
We say it's over. We draw a dotted line to leave it open, to buy a little time. I'll be your closure. I'll be in for the night. We say it's over, but here we go again. Caught the call, not yours again. Buzz me in, press back in with you. We don't wanna face it, so we wanna get got me something. Moving back in with you. Is that what we're saying? Give me a You've been in your feelings like me. You've been in your feelings like I've been. Feeling lonely like I've been. Chasing apparitions like I've been. Do you like this? Did you catch feelings like I did? We say it's over. We draw a dotted line to leave it all, to buy a little time. I'll be your closure. I'll be in for the night. We say it's over, but here we go again. Here we go. I'm confused though, so let me see. Now you got me confused. Here we go again.
So like, what are you concerned about with your parents? Like, what, like what happened? Yeah, with a little bit of magic. You win your case with a little bit of magic. You can or can't hear me. Oh, is the music catching you? Okay, you know why? Because it's right behind here, that's why. So, but I'm not supposed to be playing this one anyway. That song came on, so I thought it was funny, so I thought I'd play that for whomever needed to hear it. Now this one can go off though, because we're not even listening to that. Let me do this. There we go. Now back over here, because I was listening to my old school jams. I'm sure I would have been on every dance floor. I would have been wiping it if I was alive in this time period. What? I'm talking rolling around the dance floor. I would have been out there in that bitch every time. Like it's my shit. Talking about, ho. Swinging. Just all up and through there. Alright, let me catch up with y'all. Yes. Health problems. Well, you know, at this point, you know, well, we want to focus on not our fears, okay? Because that can be Well, we want to focus on things having a better outcome, okay? Even for our family and our friends, we can help situations to improve through our abilities, right? But at the end of the day, our families, you know, they all have their own free will as well, right? So they have the decision to choose to, you know, make certain health choices and decisions. And they also have the ability to let the ailment, whatever maybe disease that they have, or whatever ailment they have, they can choose to not let it take over their mental, which is probably the most important thing, especially when it comes to cancer. They found that where your mental space is, they found that people who are able to maintain like really positive state of mind throughout the process actually had higher recovery rates, and you know, stuff like that. So another thing is this. Let me just stop trying to give you a solution and let me just let you experience whatever you're experiencing. I understand, Jeff, and all I can do is send you lots of hugs and love and prayers and hoping that your parents are going to be fine. It's my pleasure. You know, definitely we can definitely have a strong worry there for sure. You know, cancer is a big one, you know. However, there have been people who have healed and recovered from cancer also. So that's just something to note. I'm trying not to like turn this into like a solution-based, you know, situation. Just recognize that it's a difficult experience, it's a difficult time, and trust me, I get it. You know, parents are so valuable, you know, and we love them so much, and we want them to be with us forever. So I'll send prayers. And also spend as much time as you can, and also try to see things working out well for them. Okay. Oh no. So do you have to travel out of the area to get a dentist? Like, that's crazy. It's only 3 of y'all. At least one of you got to accept the government stuff. Now, come on. But I'm sending lots of prayers for your father's recovery. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Nobody has time for that. You basically you gotta take a flight to go to the dentist? Like, sir. It's terrible. It's like they want to make life as terrible as possible, huh? As hard as possible, I see, huh? There's no bases near you, huh? Let's see what we can find out in the cards and in the tarot. Now, Malir Strand, I believe your answer to your question is with some magic. I know you don't want to hear that. What do you mean with some magic? You mean you gotta sprinkle a little magic on it. That's what I mean. You gotta sprinkle a little magic on it. Well, manifestation then. Will it. You can will it in your mind. Think as hard and as strong. Visualize everything working out in your favor as strong as you possibly can. What I'm saying is you're gonna need a little extra. Woo willpower for that motherfucker to work out in your favor. In the way that you desire for it to. Which could also mean, I gotta think about it. That could also be just you could have a need for some additional persuasion. Persuasion is magic. You know what I mean? Like, gotta think about it, guys. All it is using the tools that you have in order to, you know, affect some change of your outcome, you know? Well, I'm sure the earth won't crash and burn if you don't win. Unless you have magic yourself and it allows you to get mad enough, and as soon as you get mad, then you have the ability to make the earth crash and burn. But then therefore, that in and of itself is magic. And then you could not sit here and say that you have no ability to affect change in the scenarios and the situations in life if you can make that happen. You feel me? All right, I'll pull a card on it. I'll pull a card. Hold on. That's it? Okay, cool. All right, let's see. Okay. I'm also getting an offer. So yes, I mean, I'm still getting a yes. I feel like you'll need it. There will be some sort of an offer though. Like maybe there's like an offer that comes through or something like that. Something about an offer. So maybe you'll get an offer. And yes. So I had gone to court because I had a ticket, and can you believe that they tried to criminalize me for not signing a traffic ticket, right? So you want to criminalize me for not signing a traffic ticket? My signature is my own. I don't have to give it to anybody, right? So that's interesting. But okay, so I went and I had to fight that in the courts. The first thing they did was I had gone and, you know, kind of asked a couple questions or whatever. And I decided that I was going to, you know, well, I didn't decide. They said that I made too much money to get like a public defender or whatever. And so then I had asked for a motion to dismiss, and then the lawyer, I mean, not the lawyer, but the judge was like, oh, you have to, you know, file a motion, this and that. And then the prosecutor was like, we'll offer, you know, withholding adjudication and this and that and the third and blah, 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 right? I did not accept or receive that offer, right? But they came up with that offer like that, like so fast. Just imagine if I didn't have the willpower to fight that criminal case, right? Because it was criminal. You want to criminalize me for not giving you my signature, which I think is absurd, right? Absolutely ridiculous. But anyway, I ended up getting that dismissed. So that was dismissed, right? Because I filed my motion to dismiss it. But just imagine if I were like not literally into learning how to work the legal system, right? When I need to anyway. I would have just taken that offer, and then I would probably have to pay all sorts of money to, you know, feed their, you know, bottomless pit, right? And then I would have gotten a criminal charge. I would have had a criminal charge on my record. Now they did say withhold adjudication, so obviously that would mean that I would not have been, you know, adjudicated in that. But at the same time, it still means that I would have given up my right to discern or determine what would occur with that charge, right? So I was like, let me see what I can do. So I went and I decided to just not accept that offer immediately. I went and I filed my motion to dismiss, and then they dismissed it. So you might get an offer, for sure. You might get an offer. I just want you to make sure you think about that offer. You know what I'm saying? Like, make sure it makes complete sense. Because I've seen a lot of people in court accept offers that just did not make sense. You know, if you had a little fight in you, you could probably just get this whole thing dismissed. And not always. It's not always going to work like that, right? But I'm just saying, you should at least understand what you're looking at and what you're going to deal with. And I get it. Sometimes you don't have that knowledge, that awareness, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I do get it. So I'm not trying to, you know, push you to cause yourself more strife, but just take a look at the whole, you know, look at everything, and you know, take a picture of the offer and find a journalist. It's silly. So they want to mend the situation and pay me to be quiet, but I won't accept that. Okay. Goodness, I'm such an old soul. I've been loving this song since I was a teenager. I'm not even a teenager. I was like 11. I was like 9 when I singing this song. Like I knew what was going. You know, like I knew what was going on. Girl, stop. You was like 11. You ain't no shit. Well, now I do. Right? It has a whole different meaning. Okay, so let's see. I think, yes, you're gonna win, but also, you know, take a look at all the details. You know, look at all the information. Yeah, I'm sorry guys. My voice is still kind of messed up. Sorry. It's still messed up. So like I'm singing to try to hopefully dislodge whatever the fuck is stuck down here because there's something stuck in here. You know? I was 8 or 9 singing this with my grandma, right? Like, you know? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna go out of order and play some of my favorites. These are the ones that my grandma was singing with my grandma. And now they have such a new meaning. You know what I mean? Like when you grow up and stuff, like you listen to this when you're a kid, you just singing it because it sounds good, you know? Now when you get older, you're like, oh shit, that means a whole new thing now. Well, I can't tell the rest. To tell them all. Every night and day you call, you could care less. Love around to score. Looking for more. Y'all hear it? It's like right here. It's like stuck. I feel like somebody's trying to steal my voice. Bitch, you can't have it. How about that? You can't have it, ho. That's how I feel. All right, let me see. So I remember the first time someone said that's not what she's singing. Hello. Hold on. Let me. Aqua and something just putting your own. Am I putting my own words? I know the words. Oh no. Just putting your own words to it. No, seriously. Right, like this song is deep. No, really it is. And when you get older, it's like, oh shit, she was on some shit. Like, what she say some shit? Y'all so funny. Yeah, like, what you mean? Like, right, what you mean? Those are the words, right? It's so funny because there are some songs that, like, when you sing them, like, Mariah Carey always have you, like, messed up, singing the wrong song, singing the wrong words. And then when you like, let me go look at these lyrics real quick. You know what I mean? Because back in the day, we used to get the CDs, they used to have, like, a lyric book in there. And not all artists would give you the lyrics, but when Mariah Carey always gave the lyrics in her little booklets, right? So I used to go in there and be like, ooh, damn, I ain't singing none of the words. Just making your own song up. She said it'd be off beat. Hey, Aquarius, Big West. Y'all hear it? Y'all hear it? So my voice is not full 100%. I'm just, I'm trying to like force it. Not force it. I'm trying to gently, like, Hold on. Computer love me supposed to be playing next. So I'm supposed to put my little. We about to go back here real quick. Actually, before we do this, we're gonna do this one because this one has been like, this has been getting me. This one right here. How you doing? Thank you. Oh, I'm just saying, like, like when you are not at your what you would consider maybe 100%. You know what I mean? Like you gotta explain. Like, okay, y'all, there's something going on in there. Somebody trying to steal my voice. That's what I really feel. Somebody trying to steal my voice. You can't have it. It's mine. Reiki, you know what? I am supposed to be learning how to do Reiki, honestly. But obviously, I can't do Reiki on myself. I mean, can you do Reiki on yourself? Can you do Reiki on yourself? But I will lay some hands on them.
A cherry
You saw Ryan the Scientist. Oh, wonderful. Oh, I didn't know you could Reiki yourself. See? And this is why I know that these current niggas is GMO. Here's why. Because the Luthers of the world, they loved us, okay? They might have had their issues, you know what I'm saying? But they loved us. These new niggas, they GMO for sure.
But blue, but it's not a house, and a house is not a home when love's above.
So you can also check out, she gives free sections. Oh, cool.
Now and then I call your name.
I'm not heartbroken, by the way, so yeah, I'm not heartbroken right now. I'm not heartbroken. I'm good. Whatever heartbreak I might have experienced in the past, it's gone. Yeah, this is long gone. Now I'm in a space like, okay, like, do I want to like engage love? Do I want to try to do I want to try to bring, attract love again? Do I want to reconsider, my estranged husband? Do I want to be single and just start traveling? Or what? I don't know. But right now I'm just enjoying my personal time. You know what I mean? I'm really enjoying myself and just, it's really not even just enjoyment. It's more also just kind of working on things that I want to work on for my own life. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And then when Luther says this, now I'm like, am I meant to live alone? I'm not meant to live alone! I'm a lover, girl! But I can love myself. And I think that's the lesson, not the lesson, but that's kind of something that I'm wondering about. Because at the end of the day, one of the things that I've seen is like, it's just the climate for relationships, the climate for love right now is so murky. And that's not going to be the thing. That's not going to be a deciding factor on what I decide to do, but
are you gonna be in love with me? I want you and need you to be, yes, still in love with me. Say you're gonna be in love with me. It's driving me crazy to think that my baby wouldn't be still in love with me. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Are you gonna be? Say you're gonna be. Well, still in love, so in love, still in love with me. Are you gonna be? Say that you're gonna be. Still in love with me. Yeah.
Sorry about that. I'm so distracted. I'm so distracted. Ah! I messed it up. I pressed the button. Anyway, I got so distracted because here's the thing. Okay, look. So there's so many options, right? There's options. Obviously, I could do that. I could do so many things, right? But also, I'm trying to discover like what the current climate of love and relationships actually means. And I really feel that I used to be a pre-K teacher, right? And so, hello. I used to be a pre-K teacher, right? And as a pre-K teacher, one of the things that I learned that was really important is that children learn through modeling, right? And I thought this was really funny, right? Because our parents, well, the parents of my generation, right, were always like that whole do as I say, not as I do type vibe, right? And I realized throughout time, just learning and watching other people parent and watching my mom parent and, you know, stuff like that, and then becoming like an early childhood educator, I realized children don't learn from that, like that do as I say stuff. They learn from what they see you doing, right? And so children learn from modeling. And that is the best way to teach a child, is to model, right? Which means that you have to present what it is that you actually have to be and act out and live in that way that you expect them to also, right? So the funny thing about that is that right now, the current state of love and relationships is it's toxic, and it's also it's not I mean, I feel like it's out of balance, right? And obviously doesn't mean that I have to be the one to bring it into balance, but I just do feel like there's a part of my purpose is to be love and to share love and to show what love kind of does and how it operates in life. And maybe that does not mean it doesn't have to mean there's like romantic relationships or romantic feelings there. But to some degree, I believe that's part of my path, right? So it's like, do I want to get into a relationship for that purpose? At the end of the day, me and my husband, we still have a great love for each other. But I don't know. I'm not really. I have not been giving it a chance, and I'm not so sure if I want to further give it a chance. Like, if I want to try again, I'm not thinking that I'm going to do that. But I kind of got an idea of, like, how I want love to represent itself in my life. You know, as far as romantic love, I have an idea of how I want romantic love to represent itself in my life. I just don't know if I'm there yet, right? Like, there's some things that I want to work on in my personal life first. Okay, I'm done. I'm rambling. I feel like I'm rambling. Done. I don't know how we got there or why we got there, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll see. Oh, because somebody said that I was heartbroken. I'm not heartbroken anymore. Anyway, moving forward, I did pull some cards. Justice card is under here. It's 4 cards under at the bottom of the deck. There is like a Libra full moon coming, I think, or like, is that Gemini? There's a full moon coming, and I know that there's something in Libra coming up too. Let me look at the moon cycle real quick and see if this next moon is for Libra, because where did that come from? like it's starting in Virgo and then going into Libra. So yeah, it will be a Libra full moon coming up. And so the fact that I just saw the Justice card down here at the bottom of the deck kind of is giving that Libra energy. So I'm just not going to step into that just yet though, because it is at the bottom of the deck and I don't need to, you know, do that right now. The Tower card is what I have here. Sure thing, babe. No problem. Carthy. The Tower card is here. Do you remember? I was going into not being in a state of heartbroken, but kind of in a state of, I don't know, I'm like in the in-between realm right now. I think this Libra full moon is going to be an opportunity for us to kind of lay out some things and set some things straight. And I really am going to take the opportunity to do that. On my TikTok page, on my TikTok page, not my AquaStarGoddess TikTok, but on my other TikTok, I have been doing a lot of justice work. And I think this is going to be the perfect opportunity because there's some situations and some scenarios that have come up recently that I'm like, absolutely not, right? So there's some things that I'm going to be addressing probably around that time because I feel like it's like building up in my mind like how I want to present the conversation. And so I definitely think that I'm going to be doing some justice work on that during that Libra moon, full moon, because I think it's going to be the perfect opportunity specifically for what I'm talking about. So yeah. So it won't be nothing related to no love stuff for me. Somebody said something about Venus with that moon or something too. Yeah, no, this is gonna be justice. This is gonna be justice work for me that day or that during that time period because there's some things that are kind of that I'm noticing right now, and I want to get a handle on it before it gets out of hand. Because I know it's gonna get out of hand unless somebody catches it. And I caught it. I caught it already. I spotted it. I caught it. And fuck no. Take that shit back where it belongs, which is in the trash. Okay, right to the trash. You know how? You know, there's some kids that like I have a son like this that he just picks shit up. You know, he just picks shit up. You know, I was like, take that back where you found it. Okay, go throw it outside where it belongs. Take that shit back to the trash where y'all need to put it. Okay. Yes, there's currently politically there's some things that need to be talked about, mentioned, and corrected. Take that shit back down to the dumpster where y'all picked it up at and leave it there. You know what I'm saying? And this is the perfect opportunity to address those things. So yes. Okay. But let's get into this. Okay. We have the Tower card. I got the Three of Pentacles. I got the Hangman. I got the Knight of Pentacles. The Eight of Cups. The Queen of Cups. And the Eight of Wands. In front of me. I will show you those cards, what they look like. Okay, what else do we want to hear? Because honestly, I think I'm about to change the vibe. Okay, y'all? I know. Y'all feel like, girl, played it. No. I wish it would rain. So the Tower card, the Three of Pentacles, and I just kind of love this deck. Matter of fact, I need to. This should be my promo. I should be making my promo video right now. The Knight of Pentacles. Go away with her in my future.
My life is filled with gloom. So day after day, I stay locked up in my room. I know to you.
And it might sound strange, but I wish it were rain. Bottom of the deck, 2 of cups, 6 of swords, right? 6 of swords. Page of wands. Justice card, and these are at the bottom of the deck. And then the full card is underneath that. And then the ten of cups is underneath that. And the emperor is underneath that. I'm just gonna stop before I pull the whole damn deck up. Oh, jeez. And then, of course, at the very top of the deck, because I picked the deck up, the world card. Okay. Okay. So the Tower card is here next to the 3 of Pentacles. Somebody's been working on something that might be a surprise. There's a surprise. Huh. So somebody's working on a surprise then, huh? Oh, this is one of my favorite Christmas songs. Love and happiness. Then the Hangman.
Something that can make you do wrong,
Make it do right. Hangman is here.
Something going wrong. Someone's on the phone. 3 o'clock in the morning. Talking about.
With the Hangman being here next to the Knight of Pentacles, I feel like, is this fear? Is like somebody afraid of that or hesitant of? You really feel good about somebody. Yes, I see. I see. Because as we move here, we have the 8 of Cups here. So this could be like somebody is doing something. There's some sort of surprise or something that is a surprise or unexpected. But it could be something that someone's fearful of, right? So somebody could be fearful of, like, for instance, a move. Or, somebody could be unexpectedly moving, or it could be like a surprise, like that somebody buys a new house or something like that. But then there is something that is causing some sort of hesitation or fear here. Love and happiness. I'll be good to you. We'll be together. Walk away with victory. Think I got it. Yeah. Love and happiness. Love and happiness. Okay, so the Knight of Pentacles is here. The Knight of Pentacles represents it's like long-term planning. It could even be a business, could be like a new course of study as well, like going to school, like college or something like that. Make it stay out all night long. I feel like somebody wants to nurture a connection, and there's a walking away that has to happen here, and this could be unexpected. Okay. Yes, I know I said somebody's planning something, a surprise. And at first, it sounded good because I didn't look at the rest of the cards. Sorry. Cheers. Now the bottom of the deck is really descriptive as well, because it's all about moving through and walking towards or getting towards this 10 of Wands. It does require somebody to take a leap of faith. And it also requires somebody to be in and step in their power, their personal power, with the Emperor being here. And it may even require this person to, like, I don't know, like step up to a plate, or maybe somebody's getting some advice from like a mentor or whatever, but it really does require somebody to like be in their power and just take a move and make that move and be, you know, strong in whatever it is that they're going to do. Okay. But I see a Queen of Cups here, and I also see a communication of the 8 of Wands, right? This is a message. There's a message. I feel like the message is love, you know? So the cards fell and some other cards came out. Let me show you what came out. The Leo Strength card and the 3 of Swords came out in reverse. So somebody is not being strong, is that what this is? Heartbreak. Then we have let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. See, that's that old school love. That's why I said these new niggas is GMO, right? Whether times are good or bad, happy or sad. The Sun and the Knight of Wands. Make up. Turn around and make up. I just can't see you never do that to me. Would you, baby? And that's the manipulation part. Right? Like, nigga. Alright, my bad. So let's see. the Six of Wands and the Seven of Swords at the bottom of the deck. But I'm not going to keep pulling from there. Now, what do I feel about these new cards that have come out so I can undistract myself? I don't know why I thought this song was going to be undistracting. It is definitely distracting. I feel like, baby, like an oven. I'm hot just like an oven. Oh, man. All right. So the straight card is here with the Three of Swords in reverse. I feel like this is giving like somebody wants to stop pain. Stop it. Like I feel like somebody's not being strong on something. It's like they're coming back. They're going back. Okay? They're spinning the block on somebody, you know. No more pain. But why would that even come out? Like, what is this all about? Sheesh. They're taking action. They've been fighting with themselves. Look at that star card coming up. I just opened up the thing to pull out a card that was kind of hanging out. You do it right. He said, cause you do it right. They said, cause you do it right. Oh, shit. You know, I mean, it's really giving that somebody sees you as like that girl, okay? With the star card being here, like you are that girl, okay? And it's good for us. Look at him just talking. He just talking, and it's good for us. Like he is trying to get his daily vitamins. You feel me? Y'all hear him? Like I can't even talk because I'm sitting here listening to this dude. He is macking somebody down. I mean, obviously this is his wife, so he has to convince her to, you know, to let her get, you know, baby, it's so good to me. It's so good to you. It's healing. It's for the healing. That's the big, all the shit he's saying, right? Like, it's for the healing, okay? I need my daily vitamins. I will say, like, I've been married for 20 years. We didn't really have that issue. Yeah, I think it was maybe my husband might be a little bit more, and he never refused me. But if anybody was doing the refusing, it was not me. It was him. I think that we were like yoked in that department. I think we were well yoked, right? Because he had a healthy, you know, libido, and I have a very healthy libido. Yeah. I have a very healthy, you know, yeah. Yeah. And like I always say with you guys, like personally, I do not believe in marrying somebody that you are not equally sexually yoked with. Like if you're not satisfied by your person sexually, do not marry them. That would be the worst mistake of your life, unless you don't like having sex anyway. Like if you're somebody that's just like, if you're good with being sexless, but even then, I just think there's a problem with that. You should never marry somebody that you're not sexually satisfied with, because that's an instant. Not to say that you're going to cheat, but you're just setting yourself up for failure. Like you're setting yourself up to have to think about whether or not you want to cheat because the sex is so trash. Never do that. My little bit of advice. Not that I've ever married anybody that I wasn't sexually pleased with. I wouldn't ever do that. I would never do that. I would never do that. Ever. And I don't suggest it for you either, because at the end of the day, okay, I feel like there are certain things that in a relationship, if you're choosing your partner, there are certain things that you guys should, it should not be a question. Now, obviously, everything else you can figure shit out, but certain things should not be a question. Whether or not you're sexually satisfied with your partner should never be the thing that you're trying to decipher. And that's just me though. Like I said, like if you're not a sexual person, if you don't have a high sex drive, and your partner doesn't have a high sex drive, then okay, you guys can, you know, that doesn't have to be your deciding factor. But me, if I'm not having sex, I can not have sex and be fine. But if we're married, oh, you coming up off that dick. I don't give a fuck what you got going on, okay? I'm sorry, y'all, but not sorry at the same time. Oh, you coming up in pants, nigga. Pull the boxers down, okay? What is going on? Yeah, we're not playing them types of games. And that would be, I would not be satisfied with that. So that's just me though. Right, but if you're not like that, not to say that I'm oversexed or nothing, but at the same time, are you kidding me? Aren't you kidding me? Like what? And that scenario is just hilarious to me because it's like what? I can see how that would not go down very well with me. So just go ahead and keep it real with myself. I need my man happy and pleased and ready to pull them pants off. Okay, take them off. Yep, you don't need those. You don't even need those. Okay. Anyway, moving forward, let's get on. I feel like what we're looking at here, though, somebody trying to spin a block. I don't know who, I don't know why, I don't know what's going on with this, but they're spinning. I know why. I know why. Because obviously there's some sort of desire to not feel sad or heartbroken or in pain about something. Strong Aquarian energy here, but this is a very much a star card coming up. So this is probably somebody who looks at you very highly. They see you, they like you a lot. You're like the apple of my eye, like these niggas talking about. I only have eyes for you type shit. Which we know is not true. Okay, let's change the vibe. Okay, we're updating. We're coming forward. Okay, just a little bit.
We used to be number 10. Now we permanently one in the battle off my finger. Fight became my arm, pistol nozzle, it's amazing. Blood becomes a warm seller. Come on, easy love, squeeze this shaman. That's why flesh, see that flesh gets scorned. You so bad, make you feel like you ain't waiting to be born, John. Tell your friends say that, and like my lord, chicken George, we can get George to the chicken from my farm.
somebody is like walking away from something though. So this might be somebody who has to walk away from a relationship in order to come back to you. That's a lot. Queen of Pentacles, huh? The sun. Don't be moved by polos on the first episode. Shouldn't teach refugees and the whole sound set we need and have to respect Jersey because he's super fly. When I'm super high on the Fuji line. Oh, la, la, la. It's the way that we rock when we doing our thing. Oh, la, la, la. It's the natural law that the refugees bring. Oh, la, 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 la. So you know, I really feel like somebody here is running and going towards their happiness quickly. So this is, somebody's definitely leaving a situation. This could even be somebody escaping from a situation, by the way. Even though the Seven of Swords is not here. Oh my goodness. Oh, geez, yes. I remember the first time I heard this song, I was at my grandma's house. I was like 9, I was like 8 or 9 years old. And I remember getting chills because it was like, ooh, la, la, la. It's the way that we rock when we doing our thing. Ooh, la, la, la. It's the natural law that the refugees bring. Ooh, la, 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 la. Sweet thing. By the end of the song, I knew the hook for sure. I knew the whole hook by the end of the song. You know what I mean? But, that's interesting. Laying down the law. It's the natural law that the refugees bring. It's law. Like universal law. Like universal law is about to get back into play. And that's another reason why so many of the things that are happening, especially as it relates to politics and the government and all of those things. Things must return themselves back to where they're going. I referenced Jumanji in one of my videos recently where I talked about how currently what we're looking at with this political climate and everything that's going on. It's a spell reversal, especially for the United States of America. For America specifically, it is a spell reversal, right? And I liken that spell reversal to Jumanji. If you remember the movie Jumanji, remember how in that movie they started the game, right? And then when they started the game, all this crazy shit started happening. The dude, you know, he ended up getting caught in the game, right? And then somebody pulled it out, and then he came back, and he was like 30 years, 40 years older. But the thing is, so much time had passed, and he was older, and things like that. So by the time that somebody actually came and played the game through, right? Motherfuckers was like started off playing the game at 12, ended up being like 50 when he came back. I mean, he was probably somewhere between 30 and 50, right? But anyway, they ended up going through all this stuff, and then they finished the game finally, right? Somebody won the game. And then when somebody won the game, everything in that fucking video, I mean in that movie, was sucked back into the game. So everything that had occurred, everything that had happened was taken and sucked back into the center of that game, and everything went back in. It's almost like when Pandora's box opens, right? And all of these things come out of it, right? Like, and we can liken it to like, okay, like if you've ever seen Kung Fu Panda, remember the vase of spirits? And whenever when it was shaking, like let's say Kung Fu Panda shook it one day and it was like ooh, like it was like he like bumped into the thing and it shook a little bit. It was like woo, right? So like think about how there is depictions of spirits that can be held inside of something. Look at this box. My best friend got me this for my birthday. This and some other stuff she got me for my birthday, but this is one of the things that she got me for my birthday, right? Now, this box could very much represent something that, hold on, let me change the lighting so I don't look crazy. Like, it's time for this. Yeah, it's time to do it. Okay, let me stop. Let me change the color real quick, but that ain't it. That ain't do. Okay, we'll do this one. Okay, but so this is a box, right? It's an actual box, right? So just imagine if this box had like a little top that could open up, like a like you know how those jack-in-the-boxes or not jack-o'-lantern, but like a jack-in-the-box, right? That they pop open, right? But like in the center of that Jumanji game, there was like a little. It looked like a window, right? And that window, like a window through time or a window through time and space or whatever. Anyway, it's about being able to hold spirits, energy, or various different energies within a something that can contain it, right? And so now that I'm thinking about that, the Jumanji game, which had that little thing in the center, and then on Kung Fu Panda, they had that vase, and that vase held the spirits. And there's a show on Netflix called The Alchemy of Souls, and inside of The Alchemy of Souls, one of the top families had like relics, right? A bunch of different relics. They had like a whole like cave full of like relics and just different things. And one of the relics was similar, right? It was similar. It was like a little things that little balls of something that held like spirits, like relics basically. So it was like it held spirits. So basically it's almost as though somebody released some spirits and now the time has come for all of those spirits to go back into whatever they was released from. And the movie Jumanji is a perfect example of that, because after they went through and they wreaked havoc on the earth, once somebody rolled that dice and finally won the game, just as quickly as they came and wreaked havoc on the earth, they was swept back into that game, and somebody wrapped that bitch up and threw that motherfucker down in the middle of the ocean. Okay, here are the ocean gods. Y'all have it, motherfucker. But I likened what I'm looking at in the political climate to that, because it very much looks like a spell reversal, right? And I believe it is a spell reversal because I myself have called back karma, and I myself have done spell reversals, right? To where things would return back to what they should be, or return back to a place, a more manageable place, or to a place that's better, or whatever. Anyway, I started talking about that because of something. I don't know why, but that also, so one of the things that I'm also noticing though with this whole spell reversal vibe and shit like that is that I feel like they are still, while we're doing the spell reversal, right, I feel like they are also trying to jump timelines too. So it's a mixture of two different things happening. It's a spell reversal that's actually happening while they are trying to jump timelines to try to find a different timeline where this wouldn't occur, but they can't find one. They won't ever find one because it's time. It's the end of the road for them. And they going back, and Pandora's box is about to get closed the fuck up again, finally, right? Which now brings a new concept, a new understanding to the concept of the Pandora's box, right? Because once you open Pandora's box, and this is something that I talked about on a video a long time ago, probably like a couple months ago, but I related it to my own personal experience where once that box is open, there's no set time frame. It's more like a set event or a set number of occurrences or a set number of things or a specific lesson that has to come from that, right? So my Pandora's box, my husband opened it. I remember telling him, you opened up Pandora's box now, right? At the time, I didn't have a true understanding of what that meant until this year, really. And then this year, I got a better understanding of what that meant. What that meant was until whatever you did to open up Pandora's box, right, must be repaid in order for that box to get closed back up. It took me damn near 12 years to get to that point. It took multiple years for us to get to the point where Pandora's box could even be repaid because I wasn't engaging like that. Like I wasn't engaging on the Pandora's box level. I wasn't living my life like that, right? So finally, when I did get to a point in our relationship where I was just done like with dealing with the bullshit, and then I did end up kind of going out and doing some crazy shit, only then, after a certain amount of time, because it wasn't even when it happened, it was later down the line, only then did Pandora's box get her fill and close up. So now that I've seen that kind of play out in real life, I'm getting a much better understanding of what's going on the global scale. And what's going on the global scale. Sleep last night with my boots on. Still in the zone. 18 and a half years old without a place to go home. All alone.
I thought my oldest friend was at home, but I caught him cold and they gon' keep the phone on my own, and I'm just sitting by the curb, nigga.
That's my word.
Hiding the motherfucker.
Clutching my trigger.
And I figure if I'm dying, then I'm
On the heart.
If it's a movie, then I'm playing my part. From the start, I had love for my homies. And to the end, I got love for my homies. Show love for my homies. And all the niggas that know me.
I'm sorry, y'all. Anyway, what I can see is that something strange, not strange, but something different happened. So finally, Black Americans saw the rest of the world for who they really were. That was the only thing that started to get this wheel turning back, the clock reversing, and the reversal of these spells to happen the way it should happen, was that Black people collectively could see no more blinders. There were no more rose-colored glasses after the last election season. And slowly but surely, not only did we begin to see the collective colors, right, the true colors of these collectives, but then we also got to see it from other subgroups as well. And we got to realize how deep the vitriol went. And then on top of that, so not only that, we also got to see what methods and what tactics had been being used because over the last multiple years or whatever, I've been kind of picking up on different things. And one of the things that I picked up on while I was in the music industry was that they was using magic in the music industry. So as I was exploring the music industry, kind of, you know, doing my music in the independent, I was doing an independent thing, I was on the scene, you know, going out performing and stuff like that, I realized these motherfuckers is using magic. So at the end of the day, when I saw that, that opened me up to a whole other world of other shit, right? So now once I start exploring and understanding more, then once I really got into it, I really could see there's magic in every facet of all of this shit. So magic has been intertwined in all of this shit, right? So that's one. Now, the next thing that I saw, there's multiple things that I saw, but those were some of the things that I was beginning to see. And once you begin to see that, you realize, oh, we can't win this game playing with the puzzle pieces that they gave us. We have to add additional pieces. And the additional pieces is, you can't fight magic if you don't know what the fuck you fighting. So I went into the magical realm and I started learning about it. I started learning about all this shit. One, I had to protect myself because somebody was putting magic on me. So I had to learn to protect myself. I had to learn not only how to protect myself, how to fight, how to cast, all that shit. Like, it was a crash course in get your shit right, right? And I had to learn how to fight back on that realm, in that way, right? So, ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So anyway, I came to an understanding that it don't matter what we believe, how many times we pray, all that shit like that. You have to know what you're fighting in order to fight it, right? So I started learning how to fight in the realms. I started learning how to fight in the realms of which we were shunned away from. Like we were told that these were evil things. You know what I mean? So we were told, oh, that's an evil thing. Meanwhile, those evil things, those things that were evil, were being used on us. No big deal. So I started learning how to combat those different things. As I started learning that, I'm sure I wasn't the only person. There's many other people around the universe, around the world, that were learning the same things that I was learning. We were all on the same mission, right? And so I started doing spell reversals, not realizing that it would impact such a large scale. I wasn't intending for it to be a global scale reversal, but apparently that was needed. So anyway, Pandora's box was where I started, right? And where I was trying to get through. So basically, all of what we're seeing happening on the global scale is Pandora's box got to close back up. We got to close Pandora's box. But the only way we could close Pandora's box was to see why we shouldn't have opened that bitch to begin with, right? That's the only way you can open Pandora's box. But now we're 94. Come wicked, you act, killing others for colors, things that we wear for fashion. Other brothers take it for a reason to be blasted. What the cup is going on? Now soft like buttercup, I had enough of singing that same song. See, I stayed across the street from the project. They got your mama trashing groceries to her trunk to keep my pockets back like say elite. Don't live in take care when I eat for some sure bit. And I pray to God I won't repeat, I should have pulled it when I had the chance to. No, I shouldn't. That, cause if I did that, y'all would not hear that. That shit that keeps you on your tippy toes like that sellout. Not calling them names, but really who's bad. I go through obstacles like a whole box of condoms. You can't forget where you come from.
Take a good look in the mirror and tell me, do you like what you see?
Anyway, Pandora's box cannot be closed until the lesson is learned. You feel me? Like, you cannot close that fucking box until you see what you must see. And that is the only way that Pandora's box will close. And so basically Pandora's box is basically karma, right? So like something happens, right, that opens Pandora's box. Well, now whoever it was that was offended in order for Pandora's box to open, or who, let me not use that word offended, because like it's not always a personal thing, right? But let me see. Well, in order to open Pandora's box, you have to do something that is potentially moralistically wrong, right? Like it's a morality thing. It's like a, you know what I mean? Like in order to open Pandora's box, you have to do something that's considered wrong, right? Like you have to do something that's considered immoral. And I want to go further than immoral, because I feel like doing something wrong is not always what opens up Pandora's box. It has to be something that is potentially immoral, but also could be salacious in nature. Something that could be considered taboo in nature as well. But it doesn't have to be, right? Like, but it could be. But once Pandora's box is open, though, it's like the person had the most seats. Ain't no accidental death traps. It's the fact that I'm dressed in a snap. She was one of the able to go. My mind is ready to flow. Did you know first you catch and then I throw? It's my own sense of time. If I'm late, it's because I'm into my day. She was one of the good soldiers, you know what I mean? Like so many good soldiers have gone. So many full of heart, full of love, but full of fire have been taken from us. And the world would be a much better place, a much different place today if many of these people had not been stolen from us. Those things must be repaid. And it's worth its weight in gold, in platinum. It's worth its weight. It's worth its weight in what is that? What is that? I don't want to say lithium, but linoleum, whatever the fuck it is. What is that material that they used on the Avatar that they were so needing to get? You know? But anyway, back to the Pandora's box thing. The Pandora's box, it doesn't have a time frame on it, okay? It is based upon the lesson, so to speak, being learned, and or like a culmination of events that come to a certain close. It has to come to a definite close. And the definite close for like the political landscape of things going on is that Black people looked at the world and saw that everybody in this world treated us as if we were the outsiders, and that was what was needed. And now Pandora's box is starting to close itself up, right? And I know that sounds very self-centered, like, oh, Black people are not the only ones. Yes, but we were the ones that have been consistently forgiving. We've been docile. We have not liberated ourselves from the oppressive system. There are a lot of things that we've been dealing with that have not been dealt with. The scales had not been balanced. And so the scales, the universe is going to seek to find balance. It may not find balance. It may always be a little bit off, a little bit off. It might always be trying to find its balance, but it's going to seek to find the balance, okay? And that is one thing that has been gravely imbalanced. So back to that. The reversal that I'm seeing a spell reversal, basically reversing all of those spells that were put on us, right? And as the veils come off of our eyes, we see more and more is uncovered, more, and it's gonna keep going. And we think the Epstein files is bad, that ain't shit. Yeah, we're gonna have to see that there are a lot of them that are walking around in suits. I think that is going to be when we really realize. I feel like what we're really going to realize is that a lot of them, these beings, are walking around in a suit. Potentially a meat suit, but they're walking around in a suit, right? Think Men in Black. And if you remember Men in Black, remember how all of those aliens, in one way or another, they were wearing, either they were looking like a human, they were wearing a human suit, or whatever. Either in the inside of them, they were like a little tiny alien, or like, remember that one little thing, it was like a blob, it looked like a blob, but it had on the face of like, it wore the face of like a human for a little bit. And so I was like, take that face off. And then they took the face off and it was like a blob. It looked like a blob. I believe that that's what we need to see also. Like, I think there's so much more that is hidden, and the hidden is going to become uncovered. But once those things become uncovered, it's going to change the psyche of the people, because the psyche of the people is going to understand that there was never justice to be had in certain ways, because these are just completely different species of beings. These beings are not human. They're not human like us. So if they're not human like us, then we literally have to look at them to some degree as predators. And once the whole collective mind understands that, then things will continue to shift, but it will begin to shift more rapidly. Because at the end of the day, when you think that you are dealing with other humans that are like you, you're going to deal with them on a human level. But when you realize that they're not human, you can't deal with them in the human way. Okay? Because they're not human. So they don't feel the same ways that we feel. They don't understand things the way that we understand them. They understand things differently. And so when you start to see that, that's one of the things that we also are going to have to see as a collective. So I feel like once we start seeing that, then we're definitely going to be a lot less willing to forgive certain behaviors, certain things. And then we're going to seek balance within the universe. We're going to also seek balance within the universe. So there's a lot of balance that needs to come into the universe. And the fact that this Libra moon is coming, I believe that Libra moon is actually going to serve that purpose, to the start of us being more diligent and more serious, more targeted on balancing the scales. And that might sound, to some people that's upsetting, or that might sound a certain way. You know, at the end of the day, nobody wants to do harmful things. But when so many egregious things have been done to you, the rest of the world can't then expect that you are going to, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense the way that the world operates. And the reason why it doesn't make sense is because we have given them, we have given this to them. And I can understand this. The reason why I'm able to understand this is because I can understand how, looking at my marriage, right? Where in my marriage, I give a lot of allowances, you know what I mean? I just, you know, at the end of the day, I'm forgiving and loving and nurturing and all this shit like that, right? But at some point, time runs out if you don't fix it, if you don't correct it, if you don't take it seriously that what you are doing is causing me pain, it's causing me hurt, discomfort, or it's just causing me to not be able to reach my fucking goals, and that can be enough, right? It doesn't really matter, you know, whether it is that it's causing you pain or that it's hindering you from your goals. If it's too much of the wrong thing for you, whatever that thing might be, then you most likely will be subject to change the way that you behave. and then people act like, oh my God, you're behaving like this. They act like all of a sudden, like you didn't know that you was doing what you was doing to me. You knew what you was doing. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Like, you know what the fuck you was doing. So you just expected me to just keep just rolling over, excuse me, being forgiving. You didn't expect that one day I was gonna get mad, or one day that I was gonna check you about it, or one day I was gonna say, okay, I'm not dealing with that no more, right? So that's the funny thing about people and dealing with people, is that sometimes people, they take for granted what you can do, right? Like, they take for granted the things that you do and the things that you don't do. They take for granted the choices that you can make and the choices that you don't make, right? Like, so yeah. Anyway, there's a lot of changes and shifts that will be occurring, that will be happening. But I do think that this right here, this energy that's picked up on me, I don't know why I started talking about the Pandora's box thing and the whole spell reversal thing, but maybe this has to do with that. Like, maybe this is about somebody coming back and spinning the block, because I feel like somebody's trying to leave a situation. First off, somebody's leaving something or some sort of situation, right? And maybe they have to leave a situation before they can actually even come to you.
The rest is up to me. These things are the rivers and the lakes that you used to. I know that you're gonna have it your way or nothing at all. But I think you.
Yeah, right. It's like, I've forgiven you 100 million times. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Now the day that I decide I'm not forgiving you no more, now all of a sudden I'm the wrong, this wrong? Are you kidding me? Stop it. True, because we all kind of fuck up sometimes, so that would make more sense, or we all would be screwed. Right, so as it relates to, we were talking about when you, so I just went back to Melody Strands, I just went back to your comment where you said box can't be closed, but abused spirit is set free. Right. So I want to get some clarity on that one, but the way that I'm understanding it right now, before you clarify me, is this. So when Pandora's box is opened, right, it is opened because something is immoral, something immoral occurs. And then that opens up Pandora's box. And now, in order for that box to be closed and everything to be put back into that box, right, and of course, it must be understood that when Pandora's box is closed, there's a new thing that is put in that box once it's closed. And that is whatever it was that you did that caused that box to be open, that also now goes into the box, by the way. So when Pandora's box is open, though, it can only be opened by something like gravely immoral, right? And there's some caveats to it too, though, because I feel like Pandora's box is not just triggered by like evil people. Evil people, they are in the box, okay? They're already in Pandora's box. Like, you know what I mean? Like, no, it's when probably when somebody who is not an evil. It's when somebody who is, and especially when somebody, okay, so especially when somebody who is not an evil, but they maybe not a good nor a bad, but they're dealing with somebody who almost has like a responsibility to keep the moralistic balance in the universe, right? In this case, that was me, right? In the case that I'm talking about, it was me. Okay. Once that box was open, it does not matter how long I tried to fight it. It does not matter how long I ran from it. It does not matter how I did not want to engage. That box would not close until the karma was paid, until the balance was set. Okay, I'll just say it like that. The balance must be set when that box is open. So whatever caused that box to open, only the karma as we know it, as we understand karma and as we know karma, only the karma will close it. That's why it's best to not open Pandora's box to begin with, right? It's best to not even open the fucking box, right? Because then you don't have to worry about that karma coming back, or you don't have to worry about the balance being weighed. Because at the end of the day, when we're talking about the balance of the Pandora's box, oh, it's not just one event, baby. It could be a series of events it could be a series of wrongdoings that you did in a period of time, right? That until it is paid back, it's almost like you stay in this space. And you can things can happen, you can do good things, you can have a good life, do all this stuff, right? But it must be balanced out. And that is the only way and the only time that box will be closed is once it's balanced out. And the balancing it out could take years. It could be immediately, but most likely it's not. It's most likely going to be something that will take years, maybe even decades for it to be balanced back out. Which means that when Pandora's box opened, there was already some sort of imbalance that this person over here, whoever caused Pandora's box to open, they must have been doing something so out of balance to open that box that now the only time that box is going to close and all of whatever chaos comes from that other side must repay this side in order for that box to close. So it's like, okay, let's say we have a duel, right? Okay, two people have a duel. All right. But this is the duel that if somebody shoots somebody, right? We're gonna duel with guns. If you shoot me, right? The only way that this is over is if I also shoot you back. That's literally the concept of Pandora's box. So even if you shoot me and I die, what's gonna happen? Either I died and my spirit jumped to another body and that body came and shot you, and I don't even know if that applies, right? I don't even know if that applies, honestly. But I'm just giving a scenario that could possibly maybe be. Or that body dies, that person dies, they reincarnate into their child, or that maybe their wife is pregnant with a child, and that spirit takes over that child's body, and then later, 30 years down the line, then that child comes and kills you. I don't know. Or they shoot you, you shoot that person, they die. You live your life, you die. Now we in a new life and a new existence, and our spirits meet again. And this time I kill you instead of you killing me. See what I'm saying? So it really does open you up to really look at how the universe's balance seeks to balance itself. You know what I mean? It really does help you open it up, which is why, and you said it's creepy, but think about this. This is why you should treat people how you want to be treated, number one. This is also, two, why you should not desire to or seek to do shit that you would not want to be done to you. Because if you are in this type of predicament where the balance has to be weighed, the balance has to be set, it doesn't matter how much time it takes. That balance will seek to find itself. And to that point, when I was talking to you guys about how currently what's going on in the political situation in the world, to me this all looks like a big spell reversal. And I also mentioned how I likened it to Jumanji, and that was also the Pandora's box, right? But then I said to y'all, this only started happening once collectively Black people started noticing that everybody in most of the other groups, mostly all, I won't say all, but mostly all the other groups of people are mistreating us, and they have no intention of properly treating us, right? They have no intention of treating us well. So once we all collectively saw that, then we all sat back like, wait a minute, like y'all all want to collectively mistreat us, yet you want to be near us, you want to use our resources, you want to participate in our culture. And we all had the same understanding. And collectively, we all began to move in the same type of ways. Right? That was what was needed in order for the scales to start balancing itself. We had to see that no matter what we did, no matter how many degrees we got, no matter how much money we have, no matter how nice we are, no matter how quiet we are, no matter what we did, we would never be acceptable to the others, right? And so we had to understand that we needed to separate ourselves from them because they don't mean us no good, period. And that was what was needed. They don't mean us no good, period. And that's it. And when you realize that, when you realize they don't mean you no good, my grandma said, hey, feed them with a long handled spoon or not at all. Like these certain people, you just don't deal with them at all. Like you just can't, right? So now with that realization, now the balances have to be reset. Because now that we're realizing this, we realize y'all wasn't never going to treat us right. Y'all wasn't never going to do the right thing to us. Y'all was never going to see us as human. Y'all were never going to see, be sensitive enough to recognize that our pain, we have pain and that our pain should be recognized as such. So we had to see that. It wasn't for them to see it. It was for us to see it. So now that balance, that's what was needed. We had to see that, not them. So now the balance will set itself. Now it doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter what they say. It doesn't matter what they do. Only once the balance has been set will the collective or their collective undoing be done, if that makes sense. Only once they balance out the scales with us will the discomfort end. It won't end until they balance the scales. And from what I know, certain groups of people experience quite a bit of discomfort. Up to that, a lot of them experience things that cause them to want to kill themselves. And this has been going on for a long time. This is stuff that we weren't even really fully aware of, but that has to do with the way in which they treated us. And that's something that, another thing that we did realize, also learn, is that a lot of them on their deathbeds, the people that they have, unknown to most people, the people that they have, come meet them in their deathbeds and drag them wherever they need to go. See, that's the thing. There's so many atrocities that have been done. Anyway, the scales have to balance themselves out. And that's what this has all come down to. So with this collective, the thing that's happening with the collective, until the scales have been balanced, it's going to look kind of crazy. And people are going to be doing basically self-destructing until the scales are balanced, or until they've completely self-destructed and completely gotten rid of themselves, basically, for lack of better explanation. So that's where we are. But this is something that in order to be able to see that in the collective thing, I had to recognize the reality or the pattern or the similarities to my own personal life where I had understood that there was a Pandora's box and it had to be closed through the balancing. And when I say the balancing, I do mean the balancing. And yeah. But like I said, and that's the thing, with this collective thing, with the global thing, according to their history, it's been hundreds of years that they have to be repaid. So it's been hundreds of years while this box has been open, right? And only now is the reversal happening, even after hundreds of years. So there's no time frame on that Pandora's box being open. There's no time frame on that balancing of the scales. There's no time frame on it, right? So that's another thing. We live in an idea of linear time, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, month 1, month 2, month 3, month 5. Like we live in that linear scale. But divine time, that's another thing. We hate to see the damn high priestess talking about divine timing. But in reality, that's what we were just referring to. When I said, let's say, the analogy that I used was if two people decided to duel, and the only way that duel would be equal, or the only way that duel would never, cause any more harm to the future or whatever, or other people, is if it's balanced. If we have a duel today, if you shoot me, you have to also be shot. If I shoot you, I have to also be shot. Like, and this is to say that it has to be balanced, right? So just imagine, like I said, we have a duel, right? And a duel, the purpose of the duel is to be the first one to shoot the other person so you don't die, right? That's the purpose of the duel, is to win. But imagine that if in this duel, the only way that you can win is not the only way that you win, but at the end of the day, it has to be balanced, right? So if you shoot that person first, the only way the duel ends, that's what it is. The only way the duel ends is if both of you guys either have equal treatment, either you guys both decide to walk away from this thing, nobody gets shot, or if you shoot me, I have to shoot you. But if you shoot me and I die, I come back in the next lifetime and I will kill you then. But see, if you think about it now, this really puts you into the mindset of, because you know how there's things happen like that. There was a news reporting of this guy who just got up in his train one day and just hacksaw this white lady. It's just like he was behind her and he just hacksawed her. It makes you wonder. You know what I mean? It makes you start thinking about things in a different way. Like, that was a scale that had to be balanced. And we didn't know nothing about it. Right? And then you think about all of these old white people who are laying in their deathbeds and they're scared to go to sleep. They're scared to be in their rooms by themselves because the ghosts of the people that they killed in the past are standing in the corner. You know what I mean? Like, and I think this also comes back to the fact that collectively as black people, we've been standing in white people's way. That's probably why white people have been so close to us. They don't want to have to face their karma. That's about. They don't want to face their karma. But we had to see that collectively as a group. We had to see that. Yeah, y'all, I don't know how we got all the way to that conversation, considering that this was about somebody walking away from a situation, leaving something or whatever like that. You know why? Because I feel like this is a situation where there could be some manipulation here involved, and there's a walking away that has to happen. Somebody walks away from something and walks to something else, right? Goes into another relationship, and I feel like this is like the chickens coming home to roost. This person might be sitting in heartbreak all the time, or this person might be feeling sad or down or like kind of heartbroken or just not satisfied in life or not happy. They're just kind of content or just kind of existing in life because they're in a situation that they're not happy in, or that they don't really want to be in that situation. Where they want to be is somewhere else with the star energy, with the star card, with somebody they see as a star. They want to be there, right? but maybe due to money or something like that, they're choosing to be in this other situation. Either way it goes, I do feel like this person's been fighting with themselves, and they have been fighting with themselves, which is going to which is what's going to cause them to spin that block. So this person is coming this fast because they want to come in towards, you know, I don't know, just something that makes them happy. Maybe you make them happy. Maybe they really like you. You like them. You light them up. You like their style or something like that. Something like that. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I've been kind of rambling and talking. Not really rambling. Trying to get this point across. Try to get the understanding across about how the scales balance. And we think about karma, like, you know, you reap what you sow, what you put out, you're gonna get back type vibe. But it's not always so linear. You know what I mean? And we have to realize that it's not always so linear. It could go across time. It can go across hundreds of years. It can go across time and space. It can go across hundreds of years. It can go across individuals. So sometimes maybe me and you, we got a beef, right? And the scales never balance. So then our children end up balancing the scales. See what I'm saying? So that's why, like I said, I live by a certain, treat people how you want to be treated. I live by that. And along with treat people how you want to be treated, there's also like you reap what you sow. Like, don't do things that you wouldn't want done to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like really live that life like that, right? But also, I'm also still not about to let nobody come up, you know, do no shit to me. Like, that's not going down. Like, so, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, I believe in defending myself. Nah, I believe in that. And I also believe in, you know, doing what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, that's usually in defense of self. If you don't start, no one won't be nothing. That's it right there. Don't start, no one won't be nothing. You know what I'm saying? Treat people how you want to be treated, but don't start, no one won't be nothing type vibe, right? And so, you know, I really live by that. Because I don't know if I don't feel like it's just in this lifetime. I feel like in multiple lifetimes I have a clear, true understanding of what that shit means. You know, you reap what you sow, and the whole, you know, shit come back. You know what I mean? Like, I have a true understanding of what that means. And I understand that it goes beyond just me and you. It goes beyond that. It goes to your children. It passes on to your children. It passes on to, you know, other family members. It passes on through lifetimes. It's not just right here and right now. You know what I'm saying? So I live by these things, by the laws of the universe. So I can only imagine how pissed some of those spirits could be. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those spirits who died in certain ways took revenge on that person who took their lives. No, yes, exactly. So that's what we were discussing, where it doesn't have to be, hey, if you kill me in this lifetime. I did watch something that led to the idea that people's spirit can leave the body and immediately go jump in somebody else's body, right? Immediately. And then from there, they can, you know, enact justice or something like that. But it could be that, or they can make way to the next timeline, or they can come in to their current, they can come into their current bloodline. Maybe their daughter gets pregnant 2 weeks later, and they can come in through there. You know what I mean? Or their daughter gets pregnant a year later, and they can come through there. So, you know, there's multiple ways for you to reincarnate into this life quickly. I feel if you're determined enough, you can come back quickly. So yeah, you know, and then here you are, remembering who you are, remembering what happened, knowing that motherfucker had you fucked up, and you got to go kill him now. You know, now he's 80 years old on the deathbed, and you and you done walked up to the retirement home and you done killed him. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but yeah. It does cause you to think more deeply about how you act and how you do shit. Right. I mean, you know, the thing about it is, this doesn't have anything to do with your personality and somebody just not liking your personality, right? This is more about, regardless of whether I like you or not, I still have, moralistically, you know, and based upon the laws of the universe, based upon the laws of life, I still have a responsibility to act according to the laws of life. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter whether or not I like you as a person. It doesn't matter whether or not I want you around me. You know what I mean? None of that matters. I still have a responsibility to behave, to act properly, and or understanding the laws of the universe. Now, here's the thing about it. I can choose not to care about certain laws, knowing what the consequences could be, and still behave in those ways. That's my choice, though. We all have a choice. But then in that choice, I have to realize that it can come back in many ways, and it's not my choice how it comes back. Right? And it doesn't have to come back today. It doesn't got to come back tomorrow. It don't have to come back this lifetime. It can come back 3 lifetimes later. You know what I'm saying? So there's just, at the end of the day, whatever choices you make in your life, I think that's why I take my time to think about everything I do, right? Because I'm going to think about especially with major decisions, I'm thinking about the impact. Not just what it's going to do for me right now, but also how this may impact others. You know what I'm saying? And so I think about things a little bit deeper, right? And I'm not saying everybody has to be like that, but it's a good idea to do so, right? So yeah, so there's just that. But let me go through the comments again. So with no possibilities for resurrection. Hold on, I missed something. So you can also be distinguished on the other side, right? With no possibility for distinguished on the other side with no possibilities for resurrection. Exactly. Well, yes, but I'm just saying, like, let's just say you have. So we talked about a duel. So the example I was using was the duel, right? So you get to this duel with this person and they shoot you first, right? And you die. Okay. As a spirit, you might be pissed off. You might be pissed off enough to say, I'm going back. And you come back. You find a way to get back in this bitch. This nigga went out the front door, came back in the back door. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, this motherfucker's like, I'm coming back, you know? And I do believe that your spirit can be strong enough to make that type of decision. Like, nah, I'm coming back. And I'm about to get that motherfucker, right? Like, I'm about to get that motherfucker. Maybe what happened during the duel was this person turned around early and shot you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like, you know that there are some people who play dirty. Right? You know that there are some people who play dirty and they're not fair. They don't go according to the rules. And that is the only reason why they win. Because if they played fair, they wouldn't win. Because they're really not the best. You know what I'm saying? There are certain practices that they used to give men. Like, men would have to go to men. You were like, okay, so remember on Sparta, how on Sparta they was like, oh, the men, they had to go and they had to fight a wolf and shit like that. Like, in order for you to come out of this bitch, when you turn 14, we sending you through the woods and you gotta fight the wolf. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't come back, then that's it. You're not a man, right? So, but in those types of situations, they always had those challenges that were solely where you had to go and beat the fucking wolf. Just you and the wolf. We not sending you and your friend so your friend can kick you and make the wolf eat you and then, you know what I mean? And then get the wolf by the side. No, you going in there on your own. And your friend, we gonna send him in there on his own, but he gonna go on a different day. So there's no way to cheat the system, right? But we live in a time and age, and we've been living in multiple times and ages where people have the ability to cheat the system because they're not put through certain tasks that make sure that you grow up and that you are brought up with integrity, right? Like, and so that's something that we have to question. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not brought up the same way, and that's why they have schools. They have specific schools that taught you, you know, how to be a certain way, how to be a warrior. And warriors went to school, but in terms of learning how to fight, fighting styles. They didn't just learn that, they also learned the mental stuff too. And see, these kids, they're going to these motherfucking schools and they're not getting that mental shit they need. They're not getting the shit that makes sure you got integrity. Even if you're going through the toughest shit, you still gonna get out this bitch and you still gonna have integrity, right? Like, and so these motherfuckers, they get out these schools and they don't got no integrity. You know what I'm saying? They don't got no follow through. They ain't got no integrity. They ain't got no morals. You know what I'm saying? So we talking about when, you know, things and scenarios that make sure that you still have your morals. You still have your moral foundation. And a lot of these systems that we've been into did not cater to maintaining the morals and the integrity of the person. So there are a lot of people who fight dirty in life. When the devil don't even want you, it's bad. Hold on, let me see. So true, or who's to say some people, if they were bad or evil enough or wicked enough, couldn't have things happen where they can't even get the reincarnated and have a bad or terrible afterlife as well. Right, like, I mean, yeah. That too. And then Molly Strand said, when the devil don't even want you, you know it's bad. Y'all silly. No, seriously. Hold on one second, though. Let me just make sure I got my stuff together.
AC hoes, they beat those, P-I-M-P, and they think that automatic, cause he's a pimpy gotta be, full of that, M-O-N-E, but why? Cause nigga be sporting the nice cars and fancy clothes, fresh Georgia bone, flexing 155, chop up that paper house, chop up that paper house.
I feel like conversations come to where it needs to come to, you know? The scales are balancing. I feel like this lifetime, this experience is going to bring some things back, you know? And I think that the scales are going to have to balance themselves. And once again, it does not matter how long it takes for the scales to balance themselves. The scales will balance themselves. Y'all seen them post on social media where somebody like, I just paid somebody back for something they did 4 years ago. That's, at the end of the day, that's really how it works. The scales will balance themselves no matter how long it takes. It could be 100 years, it could be 500 years, you know? That's what we've seen. New love.
MP-ology, but logically be learning these hoes biology. Obviously,
Alright, I'm done with the reading. I know I'm kind of stopped in the middle and started talking about something else, but I'm sorry. I can't continue on. Do you guys have any personal questions? I will do free yes or no's, but other than that, yeah, you guys have to send your donations to CashApp. If you're interested in a question, let me know. If not, no problem. We can move forward with our lives. Hopefully though, we've really covered the concept of like the Pandora's box concept.
It ain't nothing but me.
You know, hopefully we really did cover that. I'm sure we could cover it multiple other times.
Some of this.
Yeah, I'm sure we can cover it, you know, more. I want to hear something specifically right now.
It's beginning to look a lot like wood. Follow my every step. Take notes on how I rap. I'm about to go in depth. This is the way I creep.
I want to hear something specific. Bear with me. Here we go, that's over here.
So I start selling crack, cocaine, and codeine. Trying to stack some paper. I gotta do it quick. Thinking I'm a juvenile, but they don't know who they messing with. Yeah, my mama's only son, but I live.
Yeah, it's looking like some fun. It's gonna be happening in the month of April for you. Hanging out with some friends, having a good time, maybe even some traveling. Spirit will be supporting you. So I think it's gonna be yes. There might be a couple of events that aren't the greatest, but you know, there might be some moving going on around that month as well. It could even be travel, tripping, taking a trip, you know, going on some travel or something like that. Spirit will be supporting you though, so no worries with that. Okay, so that's it.
I saw him once before we died, wish it was twice, man. I remember being 8 deep off in Chucky crib, letting us act bad, not giving a fuck what we did. When we lost him, I knew the world was coming to the end, and I had to quit letting that devil push me to a sin. My brother being
Lover's card, 6 of cups, somebody's
but now it look like we ain't
lover of the past.
around with my mind blown in my own
Giving something.
One day you're here, the next day you're gone.
I'm a birdie cause ain't enough light in the daytime. Smoking sweets and salty chickens for the clock like 9.
You know, earlier Jeff came in and he was talking about somebody having cancer, and you know, what I've learned is that cancer is a mass of resentment energy. And remember that book that we looked at, I don't know, like a year or two ago, I'm gonna go find it in my storage. I think I'm pretty sure it's like right at the top. I find that book to be very dear, but let me find it in my little, because this is something that might be beneficial. Here it is. Heal Your Body by Louise Hay. And in here, it's about saying the right affirmations. Because at the end of the day, everything starts with the mind. And that includes sickness and ailments and illnesses as well. Because the illnesses that we end up having are related to whatever experiences that we're having. And either we as we're experiencing things in life, we're not healing those things. We're just letting them sit in our bodies and fester. And so Cancer is like a buildup of like resentment. I'm not sure 100% if that's exactly what they have it as, but these affirmations are so important as well. And at the end of the day, some of our friends, family members will not take to some of these ideas of the mental work, the affirmations, the thinking and visualizing properly or clearly. But some of them will, okay? I believe, like for instance, my grandfather specifically, he would. Because he's already, I think I got a lot of the way that I think. I think he gave me those understandings on how to think. Like, looking at the positive outside, looking at things in a cup half full type of vibe versus a cup half empty. He definitely had a part to play in that. Because I recently spoke with him, and he just, the way that he thinks, the way that he mentioned something, like he mentioned something to me, and it was just like, oh, like he helped me to see that I was thinking about something in the negative as opposed to in the positive. So it is very important for us to recognize that there are a lot of things that we can heal, but we do have to do the work. At the end of the day, you're not going to heal anything without doing the work. And that includes you, that includes your moms, your dads, your uncles, your aunts, your uncles, all them. Nobody's going to heal anything without doing the proper work. But the work is available for us, and there are things that can be done to heal these things. But we have to be willing, and that's the thing. You don't know if everybody's willing. But if they are willing, then you can work with them, and it's good for you to do that as well. Yeah, I get it. And that's the thing, it's like we got to remember, like, we're not going to be perfect 100% of the time, and we do have to work through these things. But I think that's part of the purpose. Part of the purpose is for us to see, oh, I do need to, look at that. I do need to work on that mindset thing. Or, oh, I guess I got off track a little bit. To test ourselves and to really prove to ourselves that these things work, which I think is an important part. We do have to prove to ourselves that these things work by doing the work. Smoking all that hair with no money. I don't know if everybody has their question answered, if everybody is satisfied with tonight's reading, but I am. I am looking at the Lover's card, the Six of Cups, and the Six of Pentacles, which is an interesting little take here. And I know Cancer is like so difficult. Like, it's like, Cancer, that's just not what it takes. But in reality, actually, it is. Because if you remember what I was saying earlier, and there was a study done on this, that a lot of people, even with, like, so, and what they do is they do a control, right? They do a control test subject. So they will give some people the placebo, or You know what I mean? They'll give some people a placebo, and they'll give some people like an actual pill or something like that. But what they found was that people who had a more positive outlook, people who believed that they would heal their cancer, they actually did. You know what I mean? Like it was the mindset of those people that have been people who have healed their cancer. And I don't know if is it remission? You know, if you heal it, I don't know. But people who have been able to fight cancer were people who their mind was in the right place. Their mind said, I could do this, and then they did it. And so that is a very important part of the healing process, of the healing journey. As a matter of fact, I don't think that you should even consider it without it. I think that should be the number one thing that you focus on is the mind and what you're thinking and your visualization and being able to see you getting out of this thing, out of this space. Then of course, because what ends up happening is if your mind is saying, oh, I'm gonna get out of this, then you're gonna start being encouraged to do more healthy things. So now I'm gonna be encouraged to eat, beetroot juice. Nobody wants to eat beetroot juice, but I'm gonna eat the beetroots juice because I know that it gives my body more oxygen, and I know that cancer in the body is an absence of oxygen, right? Like, you know what I mean? It starts encouraging you to do the things that you actually need to do to heal the thing on the physical level, but you also have that mental part as well to, be a part of that. So it's a symphony of things that have to be done. But my heart goes out to you, Jeff, and sending lots of love and prayers to you also, because oh my goodness, I had a dream about my mom being sick, or maybe not. Maybe she wasn't sick. Maybe I just looked at her as like maybe she kind of seemed like she could have been sick. She never said that she was, and honestly, she could have just been waking up or whatever. But I remember having a dream about my mom, and I couldn't sleep for 3 nights after that. So you know what I mean? Like it was just a dream. It wasn't something that I've actually been faced with in real life either. So I can only imagine. My heart is truly with you, and okay, without crying, I can just send as much love as possible, and just know that you're supported. I need to call my mom. Consider a text. Mom. All right, I'm done. I think I need to get just a tiny bit of shut eye. I'm probably not gonna go to sleep though, so I don't know. Oh, sorry. Where is Westwood at? Is it in Texas, Houston? What? I don't know. I was looking at something earlier. Let me see. So today I went and did one of those astro looks with ChatGPT, by the way. I tried to get an astrologer, but she was like, nope, I can't. My spirit guides won't let me read for you. Okay, girl. I was like, all right, girl, fine. So I guess it's just meant for me to read for myself astrologically, or to use Leah. Leah will read for me, but her readings are like $200, which I'll probably just go ahead and pay her. I'm sure, like, I don't know. I was trying to figure out like what I thought about it, because she was doing this. I know damn well. She's like, girl, no, she kept doing this. The card said, I'm like, girl, you lying. I'm like, you lying. But you know when somebody lying, but you know she had a reason to lie. So, you know what I mean? Like, I ain't going to fight it, because, you know what I mean? Obviously, she lying for a reason, but... You know what I mean? Like, I wasn't going to argue her down about it. I'm like, fine, whatever. I'm like, you lying, girl. I know you lying. But you know, what I'm going to say? I'm like, all right, girl. Oh, it's no big deal. You know what I mean? Like, all right, it's no big deal. I know she was lying like a motherfucker. I ain't going to lie. I know she was lying. She gonna do this. She gonna be like, oh, this the card. She kept doing this. I'm like, oh, you ain't looking at no damn cards, girl. You just smacking them shits on the table. I'm like, you lying. But, you know, at the end of the day, though, it was just, for me, that was only confirmation. Really, it was just confirmation that, so, like, because I told you guys I had been dealing with spiritual attack for a long time. Like, for a very long time, I had been working through spiritual attacks, psychic attacks and stuff like that. And so it just confirmed for me that those psychic attacks were still, those people were still attempting to, you know, psychically attack me. So it just let me know that I just needed to cleanse. She's like, you need to cleanse your energy or something like that. So it just let me know that I needed to do that also. Because according to her, and I'm going to do my quote fingers, according to her, she had already done the reading. So what's the point? Like, you already did it now. Send me the fucking reading. Like, what are we doing here? Right? But I'm like, all right, you know, if maybe she just caught up, you know what I mean? She could have been caught up with all kind of stuff. I don't know, but it really didn't make no difference, because it was more like, okay, this is just confirmation for me that something could still be going on spiritually. And also, what am I going to say? I know you lying, girl. I know you lying, but okay, fine. You know, no big deal. No big deal. So I just let that go. I guess it's meant for me to read my goddamn own astrology, okay? Because I have to learn. I actually have been like kind of slowly learning. But sometimes I need information like quick. I don't need to be like, I need y'all to like, I need a reading now so you can tell me what I should be preparing for astrologically. But I just had to go in and start using chat, girl, because ain't nobody got time for that. Do my goddamn reading now. And I prefer a human, but it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. Like, I didn't hold it against her, because I figured, like, she must be either really busy or, you know what I mean, something. So I didn't really trip too much. That's what I'm saying. Like, so either she did it, because that's what she was saying. She was just like, I don't know, she kept saying something about a fire alarm and some other bullshit, right? But I assume that either, I don't know, I don't even want to think too much about it, because if I'm being real with you, like I said, I just kind of let it go. You know what I mean? Like, okay, you didn't want to do it. It's fine. Right? Like, you didn't want to do to it. It's cool. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna try to hold that against nobody because she could be overwhelmed with work, school, kids. You know what I mean? It could be all kind of shit going on in her life right now, or it could have been something that she really felt was going on, and I need to look at that, and so I was okay with that too. Like either way it goes, it's like it really doesn't matter. However we explain this away, you know what I mean? It's okay. Raise your standards immediately. So that's what chat told me. Goddamn. But this is about like how much I charge, like for my services and stuff like that. So basically, y'all not getting no more free readings. Goddamn it. Chat told me y'all can't do that. Y'all can't get no more free readings. So all that free shit's out the window. Chat told me raise your prices immediately. You're undercharging. I see you, chat. Chat know what you're talking about. You know what you're talking about. I mean, either way it goes, I'm not even tripping about it, but I was really just saying that because I had to start using ChatGPT, which I did not want to use ChatGPT. I would prefer it to be a human interpretation so that, for multiple reasons, but it's okay. So, but anyway, chat told me that I need to immediately raise my prices because y'all be getting free shit. Y'all need no more free shit. Okay. But I was talking about this because I want you guys to remember how important it is to get into your natal charts, right? Like get into your natal charts. So, So now I'm looking back at some of the stuff that it was talking about with. Yeah, but still, I believe in supporting the human ecosystem. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get me wrong. I love chat. I'm an Aquarius. I love chat. Don't get me wrong, okay? But there's just certain things that it's just like you want to have that human interaction with. So it's no big deal though. It's with so let me see what this is about. So then expand later. Gemini payment supports multiple streams after foundation. Okay.
Stand up, so what said you dickhead? See, when I was a youngster, used to wear the fucking broke heads. My mama made me do it, but the devil, he made me smart. Taught me to jack the weak ass niggas for they fucking starters in the middle school. I was a bigger fool. I wore a tank top to show off my tattoo, thought it was cool. I used to hang out with my dad's brothers. I call them my uncles. They taught me how to smoke herb. I followed them when they ran numbers.
Yeah. So anyway, chat has given quite a bit of information. So like I was about to say, what I was really going to get into is just that you guys should be getting into your natal charts, really. And if you, at the very least, if you don't have a person, astrologer specifically, that you can go to, at least chat can break things down for you on a decent level. Like chat can go into detail if you want, but it can give you. I prefer a human because sometimes I feel like chat has an agenda, if that makes sense, and it sometimes it doesn't want to see things in the way that you are trying to. Like for instance, I like to talk about things on the metaphysical level sometimes, so I have to just play with chat and I have to like program. Basically, I got to program chat to understand. Okay, we are talking about this metaphysical shit. Stop bringing in all this other psychological shit. I don't want to talk about, you know what I mean, that other shit, right? So sometimes I have to argue with chat in order for it to do what the fuck I told it to do. Because sometimes it'd be like, well, if you want me to give it to you, I'll break it down to you, but I don't want to. Bitch, I didn't tell you to manage my emotions for me, motherfucker. I told you to give me the information I need. So literally I don't be saying bitch and all that, but you know what I mean? I don't be yelling at chat, but basically these are conversations I be having with chat. Like, I told you. I didn't ask you to manage my emotions for me. Also, I didn't ask you to dismiss how I feel about this situation. So you might have to do a little bit of that. I didn't ask you to dismiss this and da 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 da. Right? I be getting the chat ass. Okay. So, I mean, I have a lot of air placements, so I get the need for having some social times. Even if I do honestly love hermit mode and find it a lot more peaceful sometimes. Yeah, if I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know what the hell this hermit shit's been. I feel like somebody tried to like, you know what I think somebody tried to like switch scenarios with me, switch energy with me, because there was this lady that I was going to shoot, and this is where I learned that the music industry has magic in it, because this lady, her husband owns a recording studio, right? And so, you know, I started hanging out with her a little bit and stuff like that. But she was like, she refused to like leave her house for some reason. She was telling me, it's just like, oh, I don't leave my house. And I was like, why? And she was just like, oh, I don't, you know, I just like to be in the house. So I wonder if she tried to like, you know, swap some of her energy onto me. Because I don't have no problem leaving no fucking house. As a matter of fact, that was my favorite thing to do, was leave the house and be out in these streets. But I mean, I had kids, so we would be at the zoo, we would be at all kind of different places. But since then, which is like right around COVID, I've kind of just been hermiting, and I am tired of hermiting. I don't even need to do this shit anymore. Like, what the fuck? But I don't know. It's like once you get into it for a little while, it feels weird, I think. So now I'm at that stage where I'm feeling like it's a little weird. It's like I have to, maybe it's more just having to acclimate to the external forces of the world. So I don't believe in destiny swapping as it relates to like people being able to steal your like ultimate, no. I think that is not possible, because I think that it's possible for somebody to try to swap energies with you, and if they're close enough, maybe they can get close, like, right? But I just don't think that anybody can actually steal your destiny. I don't think that's even a real thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, that's how I feel about it. And even this is after years of me exploring the concept of destiny swapping, thinking about it, like even playing into that just a little bit. But I realize then it's not destiny. You know what I'm saying? And somebody can just come snatch it from you. But what I also know about energy and about people is that people can always try to like embody, like they can always try to like take something from you or like get something from you or whatever. But at the end of the day, oftentimes they don't even know what they don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't even know how to handle certain energies because they haven't had to have the experiences that prepared you or that put you in the space to even come into that energy. You know what I'm saying? So that vibe doesn't bother me anymore. That vibe is not, it's not nearly what I'm thinking about. And of course, there are people who will try to like, you know, who will try to swap things with you. But once again, one important thing for everybody in my collective to know, and this is the way I think and believe, is that there are agreements in life, right? You have a decision whether or not you choose to agree with whether or not somebody can come and swap lives with you and shit like that. Fuck. You should make King a mod. Why should I make King a mod? I mean, I kind of get it. I've even had an astral experience where someone put or projected their own nasty energy on me. It was honestly crazy and disgusting, honestly. But and I get it. And I'm not saying that. Here's the thing. I'm not saying that people can't try. I'm not saying that people can't attempt, and I'm not saying that people can't even accomplish to some degree giving you their energy and trying to take some of yours. But what I think, once again, is more like when we talk about destiny swapping, I think that ultimately can't be, because at the end of the day, unless your destiny and my destiny are the same, you know what I'm saying? And like maybe my star is just brighter than yours. But other than that, no, right? And here's the thing. So let's take Beyonce and Aaliyah for example. Aaliyah got killed. Somebody killed Aaliyah in order for Beyonce to be. Beyonce could not have risen to her height that she was able to get to if Aaliyah was still alive, right? Now you can call that destiny swapping. I don't call it destiny swapping. I just call it fighting dirty, right? Like I just call that fighting dirty because Beyonce did not steal Aaliyah's destiny. Here's why. Aaliyah, had she continued to live and live through her life, she would have done things a lot differently, and they would have been a lot cleaner than Beyonce. And I'm not to shade Beyonce at all, but to say that they're just two different people. They're two different energies of people, right? They're just two different energies of people, right? So Beyonce did not steal Aaliyah's destiny. She just removed her as a competition. She just removed the competition. That's what she did, right? Like she got rid of the competition. So that's not destiny swapping. That's getting rid of the competition. That's what that is. She murder. That's what that is. You know what I mean? Like that was murder. Okay? It was murder. Okay? So there's that example. Let's see what else there could be. Like, so I'm trying to think of any type of situation where we can look at destiny swapping and see like where it was, because I'm sure there are scenarios where people have gotten close to what. Oh, we can look at Renee and Akira. Excuse me, I'm sorry. We can look at Renee and Akira, right? And she don't even love that dude. Oh Lord. I'm not about to get these people's personal lives. I don't give too much fucks, right? We can look at Renee and Akira, right? And Renee is actually a social media influencer who ended up moving into the house with one of her friends and stealing. Basically, Renee stole her husband. We can look at that scenario more as a destiny swap than anything. But here's where it wasn't a destiny swap, right? Because at the end of the day, Renee and Akira are two different women. They have two different personalities. And they have two different ways about going about life. Every person that you meet in life, right? They deal with you on a different level because of that different personality and the different way in which you are in life, right? So it doesn't, the same man, right? You have this one man. We two, three, four, five women have the same man. Each one of those women may experience a different man because they have different personalities and they deal with each other in a different way at the end of the day, right? So Akira and Renee, they're always going to get two different men because Akira would be more so considered like the pure wife version because she did not cheat on him and because she was kind of like the victim here. Like her friend stole her husband from her. And so she is kind of considered the victim here. And so that man will always look at her in a higher regard than he looks at Renee, even though he ended up marrying Renee. Right? Even though he ended up leaving his wife to be with Renee, he will always look at her in a specific way. And it's not because he left her. It's because she was that type of woman, right? Let's just say, okay, let's flip the stories real quick and say that, let's just say Akira was like a wife who was, he didn't really love her, he didn't really like her that much, and then Renee came in and took her. Well, he wouldn't then care. It wouldn't be the same. He wouldn't look at her in high regard in that type of scenario because he didn't like her. He wasn't like he didn't feel that way about her. So it's not in all scenarios where that will occur. It's only with specific characteristics. Let me see if I can get another scenario that makes sense, right? Like I want to make sure that I get a scenario that actually makes sense. So let me see. So oh, I'm sorry. I mean, I kind of see where you're coming from. Sometimes people could almost manipulate things, or energies, or even spirits sometimes can play nasty or dirty, where it almost can seemingly take it. That you explain that perfectly. And the thing is, it may look exactly like, like, oh, you stole my destiny. But at the end of the day, my destiny is always going to be my destiny. Nobody can steal my destiny. You can make it look like you stole my destiny. You can put yourself in a place, or you can even pretend to be me. You can pretend to look like me. You can pretend to dress like me. You can pretend to talk like me. You can pretend to like the things I like. But you can't steal my destiny, even still. And another thing is,
It's gonna be some stuff
spells wear off.
that's gonna make it hard to smile at
And you can just put it back on.
in the pain.
Of course you can just put it back on. But at the end of the day, like I said, these things wear off. And so over time, people know deep down, especially like if you're somebody that's been dealing with, let's say you've been under a spell. And let's say you've been under a spell for 5 years, right? But even every time that spell wears off, you become more and more aware of the truth. And every time that spell wears off, you become more and more clear about the truth. And even if you get under that spell again, you're still not going to lose the fact that you had some clarity about what the truth really is. So even if you get put under a spell again, okay, now I'm under the spell again, that truth is still there, right? Like it may not be at the forefront. You may be distracted with all this other shit, but the truth is still there. All I can say, King, is I hope you're right. But I've seen other niggas say the same shit. And them niggas was lying. Because they wasn't as strong as they thought they was. They wasn't God's strongest soldier. I'm saying that because don't disrespect the work, right? Like I think a lot of people think this woo-woo stuff is not real. Nah, it's real. It's real for sure. And people use it differently. Personally, I don't prefer to like manipulate certain shit. That's just me, right? And there's a lot of people think that I'm stupid for being like that. A lot of people think that I should be, into manipulating things. And I've thought about it, and I've calculated, and I've considered, and all that good stuff. But at the end of the day, I mostly operate in the physical realm. I operate in the spiritual realm when it relates to myself, not when it relates to other people, for the most part, right? But I see the value in spiritual magical work. I see the value in it. I just have not come to a place where I feel the need to use it like that. I haven't come to a place where I feel the need to use it in such a way that it is always working in my life. I think that could be something that maybe I might work on that. Maybe I might make that change. Maybe I might use magic a little more in life. But personally, I haven't come to that conclusion for myself. But I don't condemn those that do, though. That's another thing. Like, I'm not a judgmental person. Like, I don't judge people for the things that they do. There's some things, though. I don't like jealousy, so I judge people for being jealous. Not just any kind of jealousy. Like, the type of jealousy that becomes, like, rage and, like, that becomes, like, hatred. That's the jealousy that I definitely, I be judging people on that. But for the most part, you know, I just kind of let people live their lives and do their thing, and I'm gonna do my thing, because that's the thing. It's like, you live your life, I'm gonna live my life, you know. But I have seen people say, oh, that magic doesn't work on me, and then proceeded to be manipulated by magic. So it was like, oh, it don't work on you, huh? Because you sure getting manipulated right now and you don't see it, but okay. So, for your sake, I hope that's the truth, but in my experience, it's not. Oh shit, that's funny as hell. Sorry, my bad. So, we are the seeds of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. None of that garbage was ever for us. Okay. All right. True, and who's to say, even if they are living out your destiny, it wouldn't all backfire eventually. Because at the end of the day, it's not theirs. So, I mean, they're probably gonna be bad karma for it. Absolutely. Absolutely. And here's the thing. So, you mentioned, hold on, let me go back on your comment, look at that again. All backfire eventually. Eventually. Yeah, for sure. Because like you said, it's not the way that you are proceeding with life it was not meant for you, right? Like that's not, and the reason why things backfire is because it was misaligned to begin with. And that's why there's a backfire. What do you call backfire? All it is just a misalignment showing itself. You know what I mean? It was a misalignment. That's why it backfired, because you weren't properly aligned with that situation or scenario, and you tried to, or you didn't take the. That's another thing. Sometimes people use magic to circumvent the work. Sometimes that's why it backfires, quote unquote backfires, right? It's because you are trying to circumvent the process that it takes to get where you're trying to go. That's why, because you're trying to circumvent the process. The process is the process, regardless of whether you like it or not. The work is the work. And that's basically what it is. People circumventing, trying to circumvent the whole process or the learning curve that's required to get to where you think you should be, without having any of the knowledge, without having done any of the work. And that's why it quote unquote backfires, right? Because people often arrogantly, pridefully, misrepresent their own capabilities, their own level of understanding. And they think that they know more than they do. They think that they are deserving of more than they are. They think that they are more equipped than they are. And hence, therefore, you have what you would consider or call a backfire, which just simply means that you were never aligned for the things that you're experiencing right now anyway. And so the universe will seek to balance always. I was shocked when Nate Dogg died. He should not have died at the time he died. That was crazy. Now here's the thing. I don't know if I'm a death doula or what, but I am usually aware of when somebody is going to die. Even if it's unnaturally, I'm usually aware of like that thing going to occur. So when Nate Dogg, there are certain people that when they died, I was like, what? Because it was misplaced. It was like, This is a different timeline or something, you know, like we ain't supposed to be on this timeline. All right, I think I'm so sorry. Oh, this is on this playlist too, so this is a different playlist, but so long, so long.
Sleep last night with my boots on. Still in the zone. 18 and a half years old without no place to call home. All alone. I thought my oldest friend was at home, but I called and they won't pick the phone. On my own and I'm just sitting by the curb, nigga. That's the word, nigga. Hiding in the motherfucker clutching my trigger. And I figure if I'm dying, then I'm dying with heart. If it's a movie, then I'm playing my part. From the start, I had love for my homies. And to the end, I got love for my homies.
Right here.
Love for my homies.
It's all mental. So yes, I get it. So like, cause see, I have to think about this from the other perspective, right? So just now we were talking about this conversation from the perspective of the person who is trying to take someone's destiny, right? How it's never really possible for them to do that. They can fight dirty, they can, you know, eliminate the competition, they can do those types of things. But destiny swapping, actually stealing someone else's destiny, you can't steal someone else's destiny, right? However, now, for the person that might be experiencing what might be considered a destiny swap, oftentimes it feels like kind of doing all the work and never really reaping the rewards. Like really doing the work and doing the thing and never really seeing the outcome that you should be seeing. And I've experienced this in my life as well. But what I began to understand is that you give authority. When you give authority in your mind to some outside external energy, which is why it's so important for us as a collective to get a better grasp on what God means, whether or not religions are for us, the whole thing, the whole situation, the whole scenario. We have to understand that in life, right, and in general, we have to remember that there's always, the spiritual element is involved in every aspect of life, even if it don't look like it. And what the colonizer has done is the colonizer has made you think that everything is only operating on the mental, the emotional, and the physical level. And the colonizer also, the patriarchy rather, tries to eliminate the emotional realm or the emotional side from, there's a lot of reasonable doubt around the emotional side, right? The reason for that is because the emotional side is very close to the spiritual side, right? Because at the end of the day, if you are a spiritual person, then you are in tune with your emotions, right? Because you cannot be intuitive if you're not in tune with your emotion, because intuition relies upon emotion. So the patriarchy has demonized or tried to make the emotional not seem important, right? But the emotional is important because the emotional is what connects you to your spiritual side, right? So as a whole, the colonization, right? The colonized mindset is that we live and operate from our physical, from our physical and our mental space. And we have an emotional space, but we don't really like the emotional space. They have not included the spiritual space at all. So, from our current daily living, the spiritual side is missing. The current life that we live does acknowledge the psychological to some degree. The current reality that we live in does acknowledge the physical, the physical, the mental, the emotional to some degree. You know what I mean? They don't really like the emotional. They like to shun the emotional, right? The emotional realm. But the spiritual side of us we've been completely disconnected and cut off from our spirituality and from our spiritual side, right? What that does is that puts us in an ultimate imbalance. Okay. So when you don't have access, when you're not using your spiritual side, your spiritual elements and all these things like that, that disconnects you from a lot of things. It doesn't just disconnect you from your spiritual, but it also, to some degree, disconnects you to your emotional side. As a woman, we've never been able to be disconnected from our spiritual side because we're women. That's a part of who we are. So women have remained connected to the spiritual side as well because of that being a part of our actual nature. Like, we could not exist in that way. Men have been able to disconnect from those because men don't connect. Men are not as connected to their spiritual or their emotional side as women are, right? So women have remained to some degree connected, but obviously there's been sort of like a, what do you call it when you are maybe hidden, or it's just not been as prevalent, right? And it has been very almost taboo, right? Our spiritual sides have almost been taboo, right? Because it was made so. It was condemned, right? But now what you discover down the line is that once you start opening up your spiritual elements, this helps you with so many different things, right? This helps you with the healing of your body. The pharmaceutical industry would not exist if we were in more tune with our spiritual side. This helps you with the healing of the mind, right? The psychological realm would not be as prevalent if we had these modalities that we could use to heal ourselves and to work through our personal issues. But a lot of the personal issues that we have, and some of the, like for instance, there are a lot of disorders now. There's the bipolar disorders, and there's like the multiple personality disorders, and there's like the schizophrenic, right? But at the end of the day, many people who are considered schizophrenic are actually mediums, and they have the ability to connect with spirits. They have not been given the tools that they need to use those skill sets, but it is still a skill set. But the issue is, when you've been told all your life that you're crazy, as opposed to being told the truth, which is you have a spiritual gift that we do not understand. When you've been told your whole life that you're crazy, in your own mind, the gifts that you personally have, you are demonizing yourself and your gifts. So it's going to take a lot of unlearning, a lot of deconstructing. It's going to take a lot, and for some people may not be able to make it through that process to deconstruct from the mental funk that they've been put in because they have been told their whole life that they're crazy, as opposed to being told that they have spiritual gifts that other people don't understand.
Your spirits leave your body and your mind clears. The rigor mortis starts to set. Now you out of here. You start your journey into outer space. You see yourself in the light, but you're
'Cause that's what it is.
feeling out of place. So you
Now,
stand in the
I came here from somewhere, and I don't know where, but let's go back to the other conversation.
Make the change. Let it go. You can back it up.
The other conversation was about the destiny swapping, right? And oh, from the perspective of the person who is probably being destiny swapped with, at the end of the day, life is about agreements, right? So what you do not agree to here mentally and emotionally and in your heart, in your mind and in your heart, can never actually exist in real life. And that's another reason why things come back to backfire, what you call backfire other people, is because I don't agree to that. No, I never agreed to allow you to have the life that I'm supposed to live. I don't agree to that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I don't agree to that. And so it means that, see, the thing about it, the thing about, one of the things about magic and the spiritual stuff is that oftentimes it requires agreements too. There are silent agreements. Sometimes you agree to things that you don't really realize that you agree to. And you can agree to something so simply as saying like, oh, there must be a spell on me. Oh no, somebody hexed me, somebody cursed me, or I think there's a spell on me. In your mind, if you're mulling over, oh my God, I think there's a spell on me, I think somebody put a spell on me. And if you in your mind also further believe that that spell has more control over you than you have over you, then it's going to work. Because you've already agreed that that spell can work on you. Now, if you are somebody who does not agree to allow a spell or a casting to work upon you, it's not gonna work. A lot of people don't think that deeply though, right? So like me offering this information may go over a lot of people's head, but some people may grasp it and understand it deeply enough to never be affected by magical workings. Or even if you're affected just a little bit, you know what I mean? Like you can go take a spiritual bath. I'm gonna go jump in the ocean and cleanse that shit up off me, right? Like, but it's not gonna wreak havoc in your life, you know? At the end of the day, if somebody is trying to steal your destiny to some degree, if it's even possible for them to attempt to steal your destiny, you have to agree. If you do not agree to even allow them to attempt to steal your destiny, because like I said, I don't believe that somebody can steal your destiny because it's not their destiny, it's your destiny. Everybody comes here with a specific contract. Maybe their contract was to ruin you. Like maybe your contract is to come here and to live out a specific purpose. Maybe somebody else's contract is to come here and to distract you as much as possible from your purpose. And that's literally what they're here for. To make sure you don't reach your purpose. And I do, ever since, since 2019, I really understand the truth of that matter, the truth of that fact. Since I have been met with certain situations, scenarios, connections, I realized that that is a real thing. Remember in the movie Hancock when they, in the movie Hancock, there were twin flames, okay? But in the movie Hancock, when they were together, they had their not they had their superpowers, because they had their superpowers even when they were separated, but their superpowers got stronger when they were together. And when they were together, another thing about it is that they became vulnerable. Like they became mortal when they were together, right? I don't like the way that the movie Hancock demonized it, because I feel like instead of bringing twin flames together, it separates them. It makes them think that they can't be together, right? Because otherwise, if we're together, we're going to be more vulnerable, which I don't feel that is the truth. I actually feel like you are targeted when you are twin flames and when you're together, but you're not more vulnerable. I feel like you're stronger when you're together. But anyway, in the movie Hancock, so there were like hunters, like there was like superhero hunters, and all of the superheroes had couples. They were coupling like twin flames. And so in the movie Hancock, when he came close to his super counterpart, the hunters could find them, and then that when they could find them, they had like guns and they had weapons that could like kill the superhero. Whereas when they're separated, the superheroes can't be killed, right? But when they're together, the superheroes can be killed. Now I feel like now I'm thinking about it, and I feel like there's some relevance to that concept wherein if they're not together, then the energy does not. This is the reason why when they come together, they can be killed. And when they're not together, they can't be killed, because basically, when they're superheroes in general. Superheroes cannot be killed. But when they are together, the reason why they could be killed is because when they are together, they can be found. Because see, if you're a superhero, then you can cloak your energy. You can't be found. Except when you are together, your energy is so powerful that you can. It's like an aura. Like we can see. It's like a beacon in the sky. And every time you see a beacon in the sky, you can always locate the beacon in the sky, right? But and the beacon on the sky only happens when we are next to each other. Otherwise, we're not shining bright enough for the beacon to happen and for them to find us. That is what I feel it is. Like when you come together, you guys shine. It's like you shine, and you shine really bright. And that's where you can be found. And then if you can be found, then of course we can attempt. But when you're separated, you don't shine as bright because you're not together. But that takes on a new meaning now that I've said that out loud. That takes on a new meaning. You don't shine as bright when you're not together, because you're supposed to be together. What a dilemma. Shining brightly also has its dangers because you attract haters naturally. You naturally attract haters when you're together. And I can understand this because I attract haters. Listen, I'm fat right now. Like, I still attract haters. Bitches still don't like me just because. I don't know why. I have no clue why. Right? But this is more of a realization that it never had anything to do with my physical appearance. Because when I was, younger, little, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Bitches just be hating on me for whatever reason, right? So now this is a clear understanding that it had nothing to do with my physical appearance. It has something to do with me and my star. It's something about me, period, that they just don't like, right? Or that they hate. So, but now, just think about that. If there's two energies with that same type of vibe, and then they come together, now you have double the hate, right? Like you have double, triple the hate. So, I'm trying to understand this whole dynamic to decipher whether or not twin flames are shit. I don't know. I'm not gonna keep going into that topic or that realm, but nobody can steal your destiny, because at the end of the day, they are not you, and their purpose in this life was not what your purpose in this life was. And even if, okay, so here's why, and it's because once again, this is like cloaking. So you can cloak yourself in somebody else's energy, right? That's what it looks like. It's not destiny swapping though. It's not destiny swapping, because at the end of the day, If my destiny is to come here on this earth and to teach people how to love, to teach people how to, garden, to teach people certain things, somebody who wants to come and steal my destiny, they're not trying to steal those things. They're not trying to steal my purpose and the things that I'm supposed to do in this life. They are most likely trying to steal what they think draws other people to me. So they're trying to steal my star, my light, not my destiny. They want to steal my light. They want to steal what makes me attractive, not my destiny. And that's why destiny swapping is not a real thing. Anyway, for those of you who feel like your destiny has been swapped, it's very important for you to understand that what you agree to in life is ultimately going to discern and determine what is allowed to work in your life. Okay, so if you know that you are more powerful than to you, if you know that you have more power over your life than any external being, that is your number one protection right there. But see, here's the thing: the colonizer was very smart, because the colonizer gave you religion and gave you Jesus and gave you Christ and then gave you religion, right? And religion puts you in a place where you externalize your power. So at the end of the day, you have to learn how to no longer externalize your power. You have to recognize that, okay, so if you believe in God, okay, well, God is in me, you know what I mean? And if you can pull that power back to you as opposed to externalizing it, putting it out like the God is somewhere out there. No, the God is right in here. You know what I mean? Like, you can't externalize your power. And as long as you externalize your power, as long as somebody gonna be able to quote unquote destiny swap with you, which like I just proved that destiny swapping is not even possible, because oftentimes when people try to come and steal your light or steal destiny from you, they don't even know what they're stealing. So they don't even know what they're supposed to be using it for. They don't even know what they're supposed to be doing, right? So they can't possibly be stealing your destiny, right? There's specific things. Each soul has contracts to do specific things and has specific, accomplishments that they're supposed to, things that they're supposed to accomplish in this life, right? Nobody can come and do that, because nobody actually has the makeup and the build of you enough to come and do what you were supposed to do. Usually they're trying to steal your light, not your destiny. They're trying to steal your star, not your destiny. They're trying to steal your shine, not your destiny. Because at the end of the day, your destiny has to do with all of the things that you've come here to do, to be, to accomplish. All of the things that you've come to teach others. They're with the light that you have is for a reason. There's things that you are supposed to do and accomplish in this life. It's not just looking pretty and attractive. It's not just because you're attractive. It's because you're supposed to. Attractive people usually have something they are supposed to accomplish with the greater good. Hold on. Hello? Hey. That was a long time ago, I think. You're supposed to take the chitlins to do laundry. Okay. All right. I'm just doing a live right now. So yes. Anyway, like I said, listen, if you feel like somebody's trying to steal your destiny, most likely they're not stealing your destiny. They're trying to steal your light. They're trying to steal they're trying to steal your attractiveness. Okay. And that's all it can be. Because at the end of the day, no one, even if they're a great person, they've got great personality traits already, no one is here to accomplish exactly what you're here to accomplish. They say that we all have, there's not one repeated fingerprint in life. That's what they said. They say that every person has a unique fingerprint, and that there's no person on this earth that has a fingerprint like you. If that's true, then it is possible that there is no person on this earth that has the same destiny as you. And if that's true, that means that nobody can steal your destiny. It's not possible. They can try to steal your light. They can try to steal what makes you attractive. They can try to mimic you. They can try to mimic your characteristics and your behavior and your mannerisms. They can try to mimic your personality. Oh my God, what happened to your fingers? You burnt them? What did you do? You had to put it on like, you know, they got them flat top stoves. You must have had your fingers on there and just like let it sit there for like 20 minutes. You know, like what happened? You burnt them off? Oh, you know what? What else you could have done? Super glue. When you get super glue in your fingertips, for some reason, that motherfucker sticks. And if you got two fingers stuck together and try to pull them apart, I don't know if it'll delete your fingerprint forever, but definitely for a little bit. You care to elaborate on this whole mom burning the fingers thing, or you want to leave that in the past? I mean, it's good to know, you know what I'm saying? So if we ever need to do a crime that requires fingerprints, you know, we can just send you in, you know what I mean? You can only use those 4 fingers with no fingerprints, you know what I mean? And just touch whatever you want, you know what I mean? But only use those 4 fingers. So we're just gonna send you in, you know. Let's say we got a heist or something. Yeah, I mean, it's like everything has to be perfect. Maybe the person who was supposed to go in forgot their gloves and shit. So like, Molly Shannon ain't got no goddamn fingerprints. Send them in. Send her in. You know. I'm just saying, you know. You got to think of everything. I believe you got to think of everything, even the shit that even the crimes you know what I mean. You might possibly maybe have to commit. Oh my God, I have made so much content. I'm stuck in 300 view jail though. My goodness, am I stuck in 300 view jail? This is crazy. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. So we talked about that. Really, it's about learning. So first off, any and everybody truly has to learn and understand how to not externalize your power. That's where it starts. That's literally where it starts. That's 3 named 4 fingers. Right, you know? Now we getting somewhere, okay? Let's get to these street names, you know? 4 fingers. Okay. I'm gonna call you Dubs, okay? 2 fingers on each hand, okay? Oh, that's funny. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Excuse me. I'm over here trying to figure out, okay, what kind of crimes could we use you in? Like, we really need to know where to place you and where your skill set can be valuable. Seriously, I'm over here like, you know, because it's like, which fingers is it? That might make a difference. Which fingers are they? I'll be tore up if it's these two fingers and shit. Like, we don't even use them fingers that much. Like, we don't even use these two fingers that much. That is not gonna help. That's not gonna help. If it's the thumb and the pinky. That's not gonna work. We need it to be like V's, motherfucker. Like, like V's up in here. You just grab everything with these two. Like everything you grab is with these two. You gotta type with these two fingers. Yep. Like you can't even type with just these two fingers, but you know what I mean? Like, 'cause you can't get your fingerprints on them. You know? Alright, that's not gonna work. That's not gonna be a good strategy. So if you think about it, it's only 4 fingers, right? So it's either 4 fingers on one hand, or it's the most weirdest fingers ever. And it's just like, it's not gonna work, okay? We need no fingerprints during this whole heist here. This heist here, we need no fingerprints, and you're still gonna provide fingerprints, just the wrong fingerprints, you know what I mean? So it's like, Alright, we're gonna have to figure this out for you. I'm determined at this point, though. Now that I know that you have a particular ailment, I am determined to figure out what crime we're gonna use you on. 3 on one and 1 on the other. Ah, come on. Seriously? Alright, I don't know how that's gonna work. Let's see. It's like these 3 or something. Like these 3. Because the thing about it is, like, if you have to grab something, you know, or if you have to touch something. I guess if you're just doing light switches, you know what I mean? If it's this finger, you just like, boop, light switch on, you know? But I'm trying to plan a grand heist. You know what I'm saying? I need a complete understanding of which fingers it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to know where to place you. Like, we need to know what skill sets you have. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I'm serious like that. You know, I think about all those things. I'm thinking about all those things. Oh, so silly. I know. I'm sorry. Alrighty. I'm done. So, once again, the 4 agreements. Here, let's look at some books that would really be good for this conversation. For those of you who are trying to figure out, like, what do you mean, Aqua? How do I? So there is the 5th and the 4th agreement, okay? So there's 2 of them. There's the 4th agreement and the 5th agreement. I feel like you should be reading the 4th agreement, though, because I'm looking at my library on Audible, and it looks like I have the 5th agreement in here. But I feel like the 4th agreement is the actual book that you want to read for this specific mindset hack, okay? It is the 4th agreement. So let's see if I can find the 4th agreement in here. Yeah. The 4 agreements. So it's called the 4 agreements, okay? Now, I have the 5th agreements in my library, but I think the 4 agreements is the book that you need to read because I think that there's different principles in them. Let me just look real quick, because why you don't just look, girl? The 4 agreements. The 4 agreements. I'm about to ask AI. Okay, let's see what AI says. My estranged husband has been doing some weird thing with me where he's just like jumps off the phone really quickly and it's just annoying as hell. I'm like, you really don't want to talk to me, do you? And I know he does, like he really does, but I don't like the way you're doing that. So the 4 agreement and the 5th agreement both come from Don Miguel Ruiz. They build the same wisdom. The 4 agree, be impeccable. So the 4 agreements are: be impeccable with your word, don't take anything personally, don't make assumptions, and always do your best. The 5th agreement is be skeptical but learn to listen. Oh, so that's the 5th agreement. Okay, so the 4 agreement, the 5th agreement. Okay, so the 5th agreement just adds to it. Is that what it is? Behavior, mindset, guideline. The 5th agreement is awareness and discernment. Okay, so there is a difference. So I always say the 5th agreement because the 4th agreement, the 4 agreements, you should read both of them. The 4 agreements and the 5th agreements. Both of them you should read because they kind of go hand in hand. Anyway, I feel like you should read both. The 4 agreements and the 5th agreements. And I feel like if you read these books, this will give you a good foundation of what I'm talking about. If you have no clue what I'm talking about when I say it's all about what you agree to, right? If you have no clue what I'm thinking about, what I'm saying about, this will be perfect for you. The 4 agreements and the 5th agreement, okay? Because the 4 agreements talks about the foundation of the core. Basically what you're getting is be impeccable with your word, which you learn in Islam. Okay, I learned that through my grandfather and my grandparents in Islam. Be impeccable with your word. Don't agree to something that you know you can't commit to. Don't commit to things that you know you can't, can't fulfill. And if you do agree to something, then commit to it and accomplish it. Do it. Like don't say you're gonna do something that you're not going to do, right? So, and that's so funny because it comes in different ways. So be impeccable with your word can mean, don't commit to things that you can't accomplish, or it can mean when you agree to something, follow through. So you see how there's two different sides of each coin? So then the next one was don't take anything personally. And I feel like this is so important. So many people need that knowledge. So many people need that message that everybody go get the damn book and read the shit. God damn it. Right? So many people need that right there. Don't take everything personally, right? Because sometimes, and this when you start learning that, don't take anything personally, and when you really take that into account, you realize how many things or scenarios or situations or conversations that you've had where you took something personally and really that other person was just going through a difficult time in their life right now, and you took it personally, like they were hurting, like they were, it was because of you or something you did or something you said, or they were aiming whatever they were experiencing, going through at you, and really it was just a vent, potentially. Or in that moment they needed to vent, and they vented at you, kind of, because it kind of came at you, right? But you took it personally and didn't realize that it wasn't personal, that they were going through something in their lives. Which is one of the reasons why sometimes people don't understand why I don't trip. Like, I don't trip when you go through shit, because I realize that you probably going through some shit in your own life that ain't got nothing to do with me. Because I ain't did shit for you be acting to me like that. Like, what are you yelling at me for? I ain't did shit to you. So I know that has to do with something that ain't got nothing to do with me. The reason why you're acting like that is because it ain't got nothing to do with me. It's got something to do with somebody else. And sometimes maybe you're just irritated with me in this moment, but at the end of the day, if I have not done anything fundamentally wrong and you are kind of like acting angry at me, then that's a flaw in your behavior, not in me. That's a flaw in you. So this is the thing, like, you know, there's so many levels to this, and that irritates people probably because sometimes people want you to feel a certain way because they're petty and they have not fully learned how to develop the art of communication, the art of articulating what they feel, the art of articulating what's going on with them, you know. And so when you don't get bothered by shit like that, they get irritated, you know. And I've seen that. I've seen so many different scenarios. But all I'm trying to say is, with this one, don't take anything personally. This one is so key, okay? So key to a lot of scenarios and situations that may occur in your life. And I think everybody should have this book. I think it's a necessity for everybody. The next one is don't make assumptions, right? Don't make assumptions, right? Don't assume that you know what somebody's going through. And that's good or bad. In your favor and out of your favor. Because sometimes, let's say your person, listen, this happens in relationships and dating all the time. This person didn't call you, you know what I mean? They didn't call you in a week. And your automatic assumption is, oh, they don't like me. Maybe this person just had a death in their family and, you know what I mean? Like, they're dealing with that. See what I'm saying? So don't make assumptions. Don't make assumptions, okay? The next one is always do your best. That's just it, and that's all. Always do your best. Do your absolute best. That's just a good habit to have. It's a good habit to keep, to do your best. What if you have an opportunity on the table and maybe somebody's watching you and watching how you work and how you operate, and maybe they're going to pay you $50,000 more than you're currently getting paid, but that depends upon how you operate within this job right here, within this project. However you operate is going to determine whether or not you get that $50,000 raise or not. Always do your best. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'd say that those are perfect. Those are wonderful. Now, in the fifth agreement, be skeptical, but learn to listen, right? So you have your skepticism, right? And this is something that I do often. I'm more of an observer. Like, I observe people. I have my skepticism about all sorts of shit. I've even said it here. I don't trust nobody. But I still give everybody the opportunity. I still give everybody the benefit of the doubt. And I still hear you out. I still hear the scenario. Listen to the situations. What me not trusting certain shit, most shit means is just that I'm going to have a healthy awareness and a healthy skepticism about every fucking thing. Doesn't mean that I act upon those things. And it doesn't mean that all of those things turn out to be negative. It just means that I'm very rarely surprised. I'm very rarely surprised. So I see that. You said, I hope the best, but I put no faith in humans. So here's the thing. So I wouldn't word it that way personally. Now, I get what you're saying. But personally, I would do something more so like, I give the benefit of the doubt. I do have faith in general. So if I have faith in general, then that means I have faith in humans, right? But I only trust people. Well, let me not say that. Let me retract that. Bring that back. I trust what I know of these people, right? I trust what I know and what I've discovered about these people, right? So that might mean, first of all, when you first meet people, all you have is what you know. That's it. But every time you interact with people, you get to learn more and more and more about them, right? You build upon them. You build upon that understanding that you have, knowing that you have. Over time, you recognize specific patterns, mannerisms, just things. Over time, you recognize things about people. Trust that. Trust what you know. So if I know that you have a tendency to be a little impulsive or rash, I'm gonna trust that you're gonna be impulsive. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you're gonna behave. That's how you're gonna act. Of course, I can have faith that you might be better than that one day and change one day, but I also know that I've been watching you for 6 months. I've been watching you for 6 years. And out of them 6 years, you have exhibited these specific behaviors. I trust what I know of you, right? I trust you, and I trust what I know of you. So this is the thing. It's like, you can give people the benefit of the doubt, absolutely, because people can change and people do change when they want to. But also, let's not be stupid. Like, you know what you see of these people. You understand what you have picked up about these people. And that doesn't make it good or bad. It's just not about good or bad. This is just about what you know of that specific person, what you know of their specific characteristics. That I had a friend who had a tendency to just snap when life is too overwhelming. Instead of saying, I'm just overwhelmed right now, they would prefer to snap. They would just snap. You could just say that you're overwhelmed right now. You could just say that there's a lot going on right now. And I would have an understanding, a level of understanding for that. But once again, people are not always going to tell you what they're going through. They're not always going to indicate to you that there is something going on with them. So you just got to pick up on the cues, right? And you just have to look at what you see and learn from that. You have to learn from those things. And so you trust that. And so therefore, if you see specific behavior, you see a pattern of behavior from people over a certain amount of time, when you see it again, don't act surprised that you ain't fucking surprised. Let's be honest. I'm not fucking surprised. I'm not surprised. I know how you gonna act. I know what you're gonna do. I know exactly what you're gonna do. Matter of fact, if I see your behaviors for a certain amount of time, I know what you're going to do. I don't need nothing else to know exactly what your behavior is going to be. I know what your behaviors are and what your mannerisms are. So when you do something different, I know that too. So you need to be aware of that. All right, sorry, I got off. So true. It's like, even with certain concepts I don't necessarily fully align with, I still keep an open mind about it. So I guess I'm on both a skeptical person, but also a believing one on something, I guess. Yes. And see, that's the thing. It's like, being skeptical doesn't mean that you have to just like completely dismiss everything, or like you're not ever gonna. It's just based on the scenario. There are different scenarios or different situations in which being skeptical isn't even necessary. So you could just be whimsical. And I love being a whimsy bitch. I do. And it's so funny because I'm like a whimsy bitch, right? I'm like a whimsy woman, right? And then when I become an angry black woman, then people think, oh, you're fake. No, I'm not fake, bitch. I'm complex. I'm a complex being. Therefore, you gonna get what you deserve, huh? Like, today you deserve me to crash out on your ass, bitch. So you know not to do that again. All right? You know not to do that again. Yeah, ain't no fake shit, because I'm about to go back to being whimsy in just a second. Just give me a second to check you, though. I'm going to check you first. Okay? I'm going to calm myself down, and then I'm going to go back to being whimsy. Okay? But know that if you come at me again like this, you're going to get the same result. I'm going to check your ass harder next time. Next time, I might get close to your face. You might not want that. You might get mad at that. Okay? Because I know me. If somebody gets too close to my face, instantly I'm punching. Nobody can get in my bubble, too close to my bubble in a threatening manner, and me not wanting to swing. I'm too close to my bubble in a threatening manner. That almost instantly is going to throw hands. Like, hands is almost instantly coming every time. I have not learned how to not use that reflex in those moments. If I had gone to military school, maybe. But I didn't go to military school. Alright. Anyway, moving forward. It's one thing if someone is occasionally in a certain type of energy or certain behavior. It's another if it's consistent. I don't know. Right. So like, let me try to relate that to what you're saying. I'm trying to think of something. I just can't. I can't think of anything right now, but that's okay. That's okay. Yes, you're right. Exactly. Bye, babes. Thanks for tuning in. Value Strand Love. Thanks so much tuning in, love. We appreciate you for your presence. Yeah, is that your song, King? I don't know if that's your song. I still have it in my library. Listen, it's probably going to be in my library for quite a while. Once I add stuff to my library, let me see how much time I got in my library. Listen, I got hours and hours and hours. I got days and days and days and weeks. I've got weeks and weeks and weeks of content in my library. Let me see if it'll tell me how much. No. How do you find out how much is in here? So yeah. Bye, babes. Anyway, yeah, I think I'm done. I don't know what else there is to say. There are the agreements. Go get the 4 agreements and the 5th agreement. And I think everybody can start there. And this is based upon getting to a space where nobody can comfortably think that they took your destiny. Nobody can comfortably say that they stole your destiny. Nah, bitch, you ain't stealing shit. Right? You ain't stealing a fucking thing. Oh, right? And they will try. Trust me, they will try. And they try hardcore. Like, to the point where you're like, it was that serious for you, wasn't it? And you would not believe the things that people try. But that's why it's important to be spiritually aware, spiritually knowledgeable, metaphysically. And, you know, it's necessary for you to understand that the spiritual component is not an option. Whether you have it or not, you have to have that spiritual component, okay? Because people are using spiritual workings upon us, and we don't even know it. So I have learned how to get to the basics of protecting myself, my family, and of course there's so much more that I need to learn over time, but definitely have learned how to protect us. And honestly, I only wanted to know the basics, but I realized that you can't. You have to learn. You have to continue forward, because your opponents are not going to stop. Your opponents are not going to stop at just good enough. They want to make sure that you are. Your opponents and your competition wants to eliminate you. Okay, just think Beyonce and Aaliyah. Your competition wants to eliminate you. So you have to think of shit like that on that level. And that's how I think about shit. My competition wants to eliminate me. So if my competition wants to eliminate me, I have to ensure that that's not possible. Okay? I don't think it's demonic. I think it's competitive. I think it's people who have competitive nature, who want to be the best, or who see something in you that they're either jealous that you have that they don't have, or whatever. Right? It's either jealousy or it's competitive. I don't see it as, I don't want to say it's demonic, because when we say it's demonic, then we put it in a completely, we put it in a only spiritual state. It's a spiritual thing that they're trying to do, but it's based upon a physical thing that they're thinking, right? It's based upon their physical mindset that they're thinking. So I want to be careful with that distinction, because of the fact that I don't want people to completely spiritualize this and not realize that in the physical side or the physical realm, that there are people who will, and the reason why I have to also keep it like this is because sometimes it's not people that's going to put you in your face and your name on an altar. They're just thinking about something, that they're just looking at you and they see something and then they think a negative thought, or they think something about in that way, about towards you, or negative towards you, or whatever. And that's where it starts. That's where the spiritual starts. The spiritual does not start somewhere else. It starts here. Okay? So I want to be clear that we don't need to totally spiritualize this, because it's important to keep it on a somewhat physical level, because of the fact that you have to be able to think about this on the physical realm. On the physical realm, this person is jealous of you, and this person thinks that you don't even know what to do with the qualities that you have, right? This person doesn't even think that you even deserve to have the beauty that you have, or the attractiveness that you have. This person doesn't think that you deserve to have all the attention that you get. It's still physical, right? But now you have to realize, so we have to be able to, this is where you have to be able to shift between two different realms. This is where we go between, where the go in between realms, one realm to the next realm. This is not just one realm, but you have to see it on the physical realm first, because you have to know that the threat is in front of you. It's not some woo woo in the sky shit. It's right here. Everyday people are jealous of you. Everyday people are angry that you're getting attention. Everyday people wish that you didn't get all of the attention. And everyday people wish that they had, the attention that you have. Everyday people wish that they had the man or the woman that you have. Everyday people wish that they had the style that you have. Everyday people wish that they had the voice that you have, right? We have to look at it from the physical, because we have to recognize that these physical people and beings are spiritualizing the concept now, right? So now they wish that they had that voice that you have. So now they're going to go do some spell work, right, to take that voice that you have, or to seemingly take, right? So we have to also look at it like, it's not just, somebody's trying to destiny swap with me. I'm with that person's destiny. No. Sometimes, and oftentimes, it's very specific. This person has a beautiful voice and I want it. Now I can't speak. All right, now I got a raspy voice. All of a sudden I got a raspiness coming out of my voice. And it's been there for 2 weeks, 3 weeks almost. Right? This ain't natural. This is spiritual. Somebody tried to take my voice. Right? At that time, I wasn't properly protecting myself, but I realized, oh shit, I gotta protect myself, and then I started taking my herbs and shit like that, so it's coming back, right? It would have been longer, it would have been gone much longer if I hadn't started taking my herbs and doing what I was supposed to do, right? But I need you to know that it's not as big as you think. You didn't, somebody wants to steal my destiny. No, the bitch likes that you got a nice voice. The bitch likes that you got a nice smile. The bitch likes that you got, you're intelligent. The bitch likes that you got a nice shit, simple shit that they then go and spiritualize. Okay? And maybe they don't light no candles to do this. Maybe they just thinking it. I want that voice, or I wish I had that voice like that. And this person might have the mental abilities. This person might have the gift of mental capabilities where they can mentally project without having to even say anything, not having to say a word. Or maybe this person has the gift of utterance, They can speak something out loud and it become true. You know, you have to realize that everybody has their own gifts, their own powers. And usually that's where you see shit coming from. People who have specific powers. I have the ability to think real hard, and now you having a bad day because I thought that bitch, I hate her, and now you're having a bad fucking day. Chaos. It's just weird and creepy and unreal and unexplainable whenever it's like if you didn't say a word and next thing you know, people are running around with your same very ideas or on a creepy level. Yeah, trust me, I get that often. Like me and my husband would like be talking about stuff and then all of a sudden the internet would like show us an ad based upon what we were talking about and I was like, what the fuck? And then that's when obviously they had the privacy because we would talk about that shit out loud. And then they had to put the privacy notices that they were microphones listening to you and shit like that. So yeah, absolutely, I definitely understand that. Or when you come up with an idea. Now here's the thing I have to say to you about that specifically. When you get an idea in your mind, it's given to you for a reason. So when it's given to you, you should then try to work towards making that thing happen. Because at the end of the day, Spirit gives you an idea because they want it to become manifest. Okay. Now I'm telling you this, and I've had this knowledge and this awareness for a very long time, but I still procrastinate sometimes on my own ideas. And what you just said resonates with me so loudly because there have been thousands of things that I have, you know, thought about. Thousands of projects that never came to, that I've never thought about. Thousands of things. Thousands that have come to me and that other people capitalize upon. So when Spirit sends you something, sends you a message, sends you an idea, you should do your best to act upon that quickly. In that case, look, the message that's been coming to me, it's been a recurring message. You know, don't speak out your projects or your ideas out loud. And I always be speaking my shit out loud. Just be saying, just be spraying it everywhere. So when I decided to just, okay, fine, just work in silence, then those projects usually stay under wraps and nothing ever happens to them until I do something with them. So I would just say stop speaking it out loud or act upon them quickly. When the ideas come to you, act upon them then. And another thing that I need you to know is that, you know, at the end of the day, you're not the only person that gets spiritual downloads. You know what I mean? Other people get spiritual downloads too. Maybe you guys are getting, maybe multiple people get the same spiritual download in different places of the earth. And whoever takes upon their, you know, whoever takes it on, and it becomes, you know, manifest from them. But the other thing that I was going to say is, shit, it's like gone. Isn't it gone? It's just gone. Listen, you may present something that's similar to what somebody else presents, but you present it in your voice, and your voice is different. And the way that you offer it to the world is going to be different than the way they offer it to the world. So still move forward with your ideas at the end of the day. That's a lesson I had to learn, but I learned that lesson years ago because, you know, I would like, oh, somebody's got my idea, now I can't do it. And then Spirit was like, bitch, if you don't get your ass on that camera and do what the fuck I told you to do, you know, if you don't get your ass on screen, like I said, I don't give a damn. Okay, if the lady down the street can do the same thing, you do it in your way. Goddammit, I told y'all I have to get on that goddamn screen. Yeah, you don't have to look at it like that. Just look at it like, just do what you have to do. Like, you know what I mean? Like, stop looking at it like, oh, somebody else is doing it, I can't do it now. Just do it. So, you know how I really got over this hump of that is, oftentimes when you go to a gas station, there's a gas station on the opposite corner. Often. If gas stations can not give a fuck if there's a gas station right across the street and they still gonna open up their gas station over here, and then there's another gas station that's getting opened up down there and over here and over here, when you have a corner where there's a gas station, there is a gas station on each of those corners. They don't give a shit. Why should you? That is to say that there's always going to be competition in life. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't stop what you have to accomplish. Like, you still got to do your mission. What the fuck you mean? Your collective might be different than collective. At the end of the day, I don't go to Shell gas stations ever anymore. I used to go to Shell gas stations, but now I don't go to Shell gas stations ever. I'll pull up to a Circle K though. Maybe even a BP, but not a Shell. As a matter of fact, I pulled up to one the other day, but it was just to look for a contact. I had dropped one of my contacts. I had to find it. That's the reason why I pulled into their lot. But it's basically what I'm trying to say is that don't let what other people are doing, or don't let other people also doing what you're doing to hinder you from doing what you're supposed to be doing. Because at the end of the day, you're going to present it in a different way. You're going to present it in your way. Oh my God, I poured a lot in here. I'm not going to drink all that. Yeah. Well, I get it, but you have to get through those. You're gonna have to move through those energies, At the end of the day, you have to work through them because it's gonna always control your life if you don't. Do you want that? sure you don't.
And you get litty as fuck. All of that ass in the trunk. Back it up, what you gonna do when you see me? With a bitch like you, make every other nigga wanna be me. Attitude, nigga look like somebody on TV. Wow, touch me, please me. Wow, make it look easy. Need somebody who can.
Listen, at some point you gotta face the bullshit, right? Because otherwise it's gonna control and rule your life.
All of that ass in the trunk. Back it up, what you gonna do when you see me? Baby, you pretty as fuck. And you get litty as fuck. All of that ass in the trunk. Back it up, what you gonna do when you see me?
Okay, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe. Hit the bell so you can get notifications each and every time I upload a new video. And smash the like button. I will see you guys in the next one.